Chapter 1074. Luo Qiu and Su Zijuan walked out of the woods, one after the other. It didn't take long for them to come out of the woods. Luo Qiu was still using the original formula, while Su Zijuan was wearing a long face. "Master." Miss Maid walked over and glanced at Su Zijuan, but Su Zijuan didn't notice it. "Miss Jean, have you woken up?" "Not yet, but I think she will wake up soon." Luo Qiu nodded, but he found that Jessica's eyes had been fixed on him ever since he came back. He looked at Jessica and saw her lips moving slightly, as if she wanted to say something. Luo Qiu shook his head slightly. Jessica was stunned for a while. Then she nodded slightly and walked to Su Zijuan silently. Unexpectedly, Su Zijuan said, "I'll act alone for a while. You follow this guy. Don't worry, you'll be safe. And you're here to locate my location. So, even if you're going to die, you have to follow me and don't lose yourself." "Master?" Jessica was stupefied again, but Su Zijuan didn't say anything. She jumped several times and disappeared into the boundless woods. Luo Qiu came to Jessica and said softly, "Miss Jessica, can we talk for a while?" Jessica hesitated for a while and nodded at last. Of course, they didn't go into the woods this time. They just stood under the tree, casually. Jessica opened her mouth first. She looked at Luo Qiu with a strange, different, and relieved expression. She smiled faintly. The complicated feelings in her eyes disappeared after the smile, leaving only a trace of reminiscence. She said, "Speaking of which, the last time I saw you was also the last time I saw you. You were wearing a clown mask at that time. I just wanted to avoid some unnecessary troubles." Luo Qiu said indifferently, "It's not necessary now. So when did you find out?" Jessica showed a puzzled expression. Luo Qiu recalled and said, "I still remember that you gave me 2 letters at the very beginning. Of course, the conditions of the 2 letters changed later on. But what makes me curious is, how did you determine that I would definitely write the contents of the second letter? At that time, you shouldn't have been able to see through the concealment ability of the mask, but you already knew it was me? So there's something you don't know?" Jessica blinked her eyes. Luo Qiu shook his head and said, "There are a lot of things that I don't know. Besides, if I know everything, there will be less anticipation, won't there?" "What you said before," Jessica suddenly said faintly. Luo Qiu didn't say anything. Indeed, the man Jessica mentioned had a great influence on his growth. "Can you tell me, is he okay?" Jessica looked at Luo Qiu with expectation. "Perhaps I can buy it." But before Jessica said anything, Luo Qiu interrupted her directly. "He's fine now, don't worry." "I see," Jessica murmured thoughtfully and absent-mindedly. In the end, she leaned against the tree trunk and lowered her head, seemingly thinking about something. Luo Qiu didn't disturb her. Moreover, he was always patient. The smell of perfume. Jessica suddenly raised her head and looked at Luo Qiu's puzzled eyes. She smiled. "Aren't you curious about how I found you?" "It's because of the smell of perfume on your body." "Perfume?" Jessica nodded. "I guess men aren't good at it, but for women it's quite obvious. To tell you the truth, I actually sneaked into your room and installed a bug. I think you know the specific reason without me telling you. I smelled the smell of perfume in your room at that time. After that, when I contacted you in the club, I smelled the same perfume again." Luo Qiu gave a start. "Only based on this?" Jessica glanced at the servant girl behind Luo Qiu, pursing her lips and smiling. "So men, this perfume is called Blackberry Muse. It's produced by a French manufacturer. What's more, yours should be the rarest special edition. There are less than 100 bottles of it in the world. This smell is very special. I've encountered it once when I was handling a case before, so I've remembered it. How could I not have some thoughts when I encountered such a rare perfume in the city where you live? Although I was also shocked at that time. Luo Qiu didn't have the habit of wearing perfume, so there was only one possibility. The smell of perfume was probably from me." "Oh, I see." Luo Qiu smiled. This wasn't a flaw. But Jessica blinked her eyes. Speaking of which, a woman's perfume is like a mark. A man who is stained with the smell of a woman's perfume is like a declaration of sovereignty. A smart woman won't get close to you easily. That lady is a perfect match for you. Miss Su Zijuan entrusted us to protect you before she leaves. Luoqiu changed the topic without any pressure. Naturally, Jessica even had an illusion that what they were talking about just now didn't exist. Jessica sighed and smiled bitterly. You're really good at changing the topic. You've really learned from Yian. He is also like this. But anyway, it seems that I have to trouble you for the next step. Not at all. Luoqiu shook his head. Thinking of the servant girl's treatment, Jessica said, Don't worry, I won't tell Yian about you. I won't ask you anything either. Everyone has some secrets that they don't want others to know. Thank you very much. Luoqiu nodded. Jessica said faintly, I'm the one who should thank you. Though it's a little late, I still want to thank you for the Christmas present. Luoqiu said coldly, You seem to have some changes in your body, which can further develop your original ability. At the same time, your body can also bear it. This may be a good thing. Jessica opened her mouth, but Luoqiu turned around and walked away as if he didn't say anything, because Qin Chiyu just woke up at this moment. Jessica lowered her head, thinking about Luoqiu's words. She murmured with a complicated expression, Is it a good thing? But I'm not a human anymore. Qin Chiyu should have learned something from you. Perhaps this woman's temperament was really cold to the bone. She didn't mention anything about what happened after she fainted, nor did she mention anything about the clothes on her body. She just looked at Luoqiu and mentioned the Green Lotus Sword Song, asking directly, Tell me, how much do I have to pay to wake up the sword spirit in the Green Lotus Sword Song? Luoqiu asked, Is it very important to you? It's related to my master's whereabouts. Qin Chiyu nodded, not hiding anything. She knew it was useless to hide it. If he wanted to know, he could know it, as a customer who had dealt with him. She was very clear about his ability. Luoqiu thought for a while, suddenly saying, Then why didn't Miss Qin buy the information about your master directly? I think it's more efficient this way. It's enough to wake up the sword spirit. Qin Chiyu looked at Luoqiu in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, but her eyes slightly trembled. I understand. Luoqiu nodded, then reached out his hand. Qin Chiyu obviously understood Luoqiu's intention. She hesitated for a while, then finally grasped the hilt of the Green Lotus Sword Song, holding it upside down. Be careful! After Luoqiu took the Green Lotus Sword Song easily, the Green Lotus Sword Song didn't do anything. Qin Chiyu couldn't help but stare blankly. Don't worry, Miss Qin, I won't break it. Luoqiu said casually, then started to size up this obedient sword again. Qin Chiyu obviously didn't mean that. She thought Luoqiu might have misunderstood. She just wanted to remind this boss that the Green Lotus Sword Song could hurt people. But what surprised her was that the Green Lotus Sword Song was so quiet right now. There's indeed a sleeping soul inside. Luoqiu stroked the body of the Green Lotus Sword Song. After a while, he continued, According to Miss Qin's current situation, there are two ways to wake it up. One is to wake it up directly. The other is to wake it up through Miss Qin. What do I need to do? Qin Chiyu was obviously more inclined to wake up the Green Lotus Sword Song herself. Luoqiu looked at Qin Chiyu, then said slowly, Miss Qin, you should know our rules. Qin Chiyu didn't say anything, but nodded directly. Then she touched her ear. She had been wearing a pearl earring, but only one side. Taking out the earring, Qin Chiyu said indifferently, There are things I've collected over the years. See if it's enough. The earring was placed on Luoqiu's palm. Luoqiu felt it for a while, then said, It's really rich. There are enough things inside. What does Miss Qin want to exchange for it? Anything. Then I'll just take it away, randomly. Luoqiu nodded. At this moment, an ancient sheepskin scroll appeared in front of Qin Chiyu. She pressed her fingerprint on it without thinking. The soul inside this sword is not complete. Luocio said, "If Miss Chin wants to wake it up, we'll give you the following solutions. First, you need to practice your Green Lotus sword technique to the 9th level. Second, you need to find the other part of its soul. When these two things are done, it will be able to wake up." Not complete? Chin Chuyu's expression changed slightly. Then she realized, no wonder, no matter how I try to communicate with it, I can't get in touch with it. Luocio just gave the earring back to Chin Chuyu. After receiving it, Chin Chuyu checked it carefully. She found that about 1/5 of the collection inside the earring was missing. She couldn't help glancing at Luocio again. She found that the missing items were basically more than one item. He didn't take away the single item. After putting the earring back on her ear silently, Chin Chuyu carried Green Lotus sword and walked to one side. She sat down with her legs crossed and put Green Lotus sword on her legs. Then she closed her eyes. After a short while, Chin Chuyu seemed to have entered the state of forgetting everything around her. Why didn't she choose a more direct way? Jessica walked over slowly and asked Luocio curiously. Luocio looked at Chin Chuyu. A fallen leaf fell on her shoulder, but it didn't disturb her concentration. Luocio flicked his finger to move the leaf to the ground. Then he said softly, maybe she felt scared. Scared? Scared of knowing the truth. After a while, Daz, who went to meet them, brought 100 Tribulation Taoist and Wang Hu over without any hindrance. What made Luocio troubled was that 100 Calamity Taoist who requested the service insisted that he wouldn't leave until the end, and Wang Hu also said that he would stay with 100 Calamity Taoist. Su Zijuan went to Solo, leaving Jessica as the location. Judging from Chin Chuyu's situation, she probably wouldn't leave right away. She probably wanted to find more clues about her master here. Because it wasn't mandatory and was only time-sensitive, Luocio found that the promotion of the content of this transaction was still 0. It's a bit difficult to deal with this. Luocio looked at the team that suddenly expanded and couldn't help but frown. He always felt that he was cheated for food and drinks. They seemed to be aimless along the way, and this team was very silent all the time, except for Luo Dance, who would say a few words from time to time. The rest basically didn't talk much. Just like his name, the owner of Ghost City basically didn't talk along the way. Long Shirua was like a guide, walking and walking all the way. She would stop for a while and then continue to move forward. Every time she stopped and moved forward again, Long Shirua's expression would become more dignified. Luo Dance felt that Sister Long seemed to be very tired, and her face unconsciously became pale. Unconsciously, they were about to arrive at the seemingly distant, towering mountain peak. And at this time, Long Shirua stopped again. She lowered her head and looked forward. At this time, they were standing on a hillside. Looking at Long Shirua's lowered head and frowned, which was different from before, Luo Dance couldn't help but ask curiously, "Sister Long, what's wrong with you?" "No, something is wrong here," Long Shirua murmured at this time. "There should be a crack leading to the underground." Crack. Luo Dance was stunned, looking down, only to see a flat ground under the hillside. There should be? Unexpectedly, the owner of Ghost City, Xiaoxingma, said coldly at this time. According to Lord Long's words, has he been here before? What else do you know? Long Shirua subconsciously looked at Xiaoxingma. This pale, middle-aged guy was looking at them with gloomy eyes. Found. Chapter 10:75. The light beam penetrated the clouds and fell on the ground, followed by a violent explosion and destruction sweeping over everything. A corner of the hillside was destroyed in an instant, raising dust that covered the sky and the sun. A team of 12 Gaias landed slowly at this time. Their eyes flashed, apparently searching for possible signs of life. But at this moment, a figure broke through the rumbling smoke and dust. 2 cold beams of light flashed as the 2 silver daggers in Ghost Child's hands crisscrossed. leaving behind an X-shaped wound on the back of one of the Gaias. Although it was a wound, it was so shallow that it was only a slight white mark. Ghost Baby was startled, but he saw the Gaia's head turn strangely at an inhuman angle, 180 degrees. A child. Ghost Baby was shocked. But the Gaia's arm also waved at Ghost Baby at an incredible angle. The hand cannon had turned into a sharp blade. The ghost child dodged in a hurry, but his clothes were ripped open. He held the daggers in both hands and looked around. Seeing the Gaias floating above the ground and gathering around, he couldn't help but frown. At this time, Luo Dance flew out of the smoke with Long Shirwa in her arms. Chichikamaya and Silent Flute also flew out from different angles. They saw the people who attacked them at the same time. To be exact, it was a species they had never seen before. The team of 12 Gaias spread out without saying a word and attacked the group of people on their own. Watch out! Chichikamaya hurriedly shouted at this time. The speed of these enemies who looked like little girls made the old turtle feel that things were not good. As a clerk in the pet hospital and a new monster in her 70s, Luo Dance had little combat experience even though her monster power had been greatly improved because of Su Zijuan. She could only hold Long Shirwa in panic and move to the left side when facing the Gaias that suddenly flashed in front of her. But the attacking Gaia's arm with the ability of transformation turned into a sharp blade and easily cut Luo Dance's back. Blood splashed in the air, and Luo Dance directly fell to the ground. At this time, Long Shirwa broke free from Luo Dance's arms and looked back, only to see Luo Dance lying on the ground with a painful expression. There was an arm-length wound on her back. Sister Long, oh. Luo Dance said weakly and closed her eyes. Light fairy, Long Shirwa hurriedly said. She clasped the orb in her palm, and it glowed faintly. The situation became grim in an instant. Almost at the same time, Ghost Child was knocked to the ground. The 4 Gaias besieged Ghost Child, giving him no time to react. Under the siege of the other 3 Gaias, Shao Xingmo relied on the special body of the ghost race to remain undefeated. However, this ghost city lord did not intend to take the initiative to attack at this time. Chichikamaya had already pulled out the sword hidden in his crutch. This old guy had analyzed the terrible part of this team in an instant. Under the great desire to survive, he had already entered the state of full strength early. With the 1-meter-long sword in his hand and flexible swordsmanship, Chichikamaya fought against the 3 Gaias alone, but it seemed that his defeat was only a matter of time. Gue Qianlong was old and no longer as brave as he used to be. Tortoise was not a species that would become stronger the longer it lived, not to mention that he had already seen his limit. His life was going downhill rapidly. Right at this moment, a deep dragon roar sounded. Chichikamaya and the others who lived in Kelowna. These people who belonged to Kelowna, at this moment, seemed to hear the angry voice from the depths of their soul, the anger from the faith of Kelowna. The body created by Shinryu in Kelowna, with the ability of Chichikamaya's orb and the essence blood of Long Shirwa as the source of power, it could restore part of the combat power of Long Shirwa in a short time. Beside Luo Dance, Long Shirwa's small body stood still. In front of her, the body created by Shinryu was floating more than 2 meters above the ground expressionlessly. Around the body, the 3 Gaias had already fallen to the ground. Their chests seemed to be penetrated by something. At the same time, the body was holding the head of a Gaia in its hand. Master, Long, Ghost Baby who fell to the ground and was in a precarious situation, struggled to get up, only to feel a gentle force grabbing his body and pulling him to Long Shirwa's side. Don't talk, take care of Dance. The body was slightly stunned. Let me deal with these things first. Then the body waved to Ghost Baby, and a golden light was injected into his body. His wound didn't recover, but his physical strength was greatly replenished. Ghost Baby looked down at the little butterfly monster and found that the wound on her back had been stopped by the golden light, but the wound didn't heal. It seemed that the biggest threat here was the body of creation. Several Gaias gave up attacking Gue, Chinny, and silent flute at the same time, leaving only two Gaias to distract each other, and quickly rushed to the body of creation. At this time, the body flashed with a golden light, and the whole body turned into a huge golden dragon. The golden dragon easily penetrated the bodies of the Gaias. The scene of Gaia's body exploding appeared in the sky, one after another. Finally, the golden dragon swam down from the sky and finished off the two Gaias who were restraining Gue, Chinny, and Xiao Xingma at a very fast speed. Then it turned back into its human form and landed on the ground. Chichikamaya frowned and looked at Long Shiro. Her small face was slightly pale. Every time the body was created, it burned Long Shiro's essence and blood. But now Long Shiro couldn't get Kelowna's protection from the earth, nor could she continuously replenish her strength from the earth. Relying on her own recovery rate, every time she used the creation body, she would not be able to replenish it. But Silent Xiao was shocked by the power of the body creation. This was the power of Shinryu that the transcendence of Kelowna knew. At this time, the body creation suddenly looked at Silent Xiao. The eyes of the ghost city's mayor flickered. At the same time, the body creation looked at a certain place in the sky. Chichikamaya, take the people and leave. What? Chichikamaya was shocked. In the sky, figures flew over, and with a rough look, there were no less than 100 Gaias. Get on this one, Silent Xiao said in a deep voice. At this time he opened his mouth, and a black wind floated out of his mouth and turned into a huge black fog. The black fog dispersed, and a huge carriage appeared. In front of it, there were 4 black bulls pulling the carriage. This was the ghost city's mayor, Silent Xiao's carriage. The 4 black bulls pulling the carriage were also not ordinary creatures. Everyone quickly got on the carriage. Silent Xiao patted the black bull in front, and the carriage soared into the sky. At this moment, the body of creation transformed into a golden dragon once again, and it faced the 100+ Gaias alone. The carriage went far away, and only the golden dragon could be seen in the sky, and a large number of light beams scattered in the sky. Chichikamaya looked away. His scalp was a little numb. Mayor Xiao, can it be faster? He knew that Long Shiro used the body creation to burn her essence blood, and the longer it took, the heavier the burden on the body. The ghost city's mayor silently nodded and pulled the reins with both hands. The black bulls in front of them cried out, and the carriage flew hundreds of meters away. Then the carriage plunged into the ground. This carriage was also a ghost and had a strange ability. It directly sank into the ground and traveled under the ground. After a while, Long Shiro in the carriage opened her eyes, but her face was pale. How is it? Chichikamaya quickly stepped forward and put one hand on Long Shiro's wrist. Long Shiro shook her head and pulled her hand out. She frowned and said, I killed dozens of them, but there are still many left. I don't want to waste time with them. What about Pianxian? How is her injury? Chichikamaya hurriedly said, You stopped the bleeding, but there is a strange force in her body. I can't get rid of it for a while, and can only barely suppress it. This strange power is very strange. It keeps destroying Agil's body. If she hadn't evolved, I reckon that this slash would have. This thing is like a puppet. Long Shiro frowned at this time. When I fought with them, I found that they seemed to have no thoughts. It's very strange. Their bodies are like human beings, but they have the ability to change, and they are like machines. Don't talk, eat this. Chichikamaya took out a bottle and poured out a few pills. Long Shiro nodded. After losing the ability to get replenishment from the earth, her recovery was very slow. Chichikamaya's elixir could only slightly increase the current speed of her body's blood production. Seeing Long Shiro sitting cross-legged and digesting the elixir, Chichikamaya was relieved. But he couldn't help but worry about the unknown things that would happen next. City Lord Xiao, where is this carriage going? Chichikamaya looked at Xiao Xingma, who was driving the carriage, and frowned. The mountain. Xiao Xingma didn't look back at this time and indifferently said, From here, we should be able to get close to its bottom. Kamaya's eyes slightly shrank and suddenly said, "City Lord Xiao seems to have done it deliberately." "Old Turtle, this Xiao doesn't understand." Xiao Xingma indifferently said. Kamaya said in a deep voice, "Although the goal of that mountain is clear, we encountered a strong enemy and hurriedly escaped. Why did City Lord Xiao choose to go in the direction of that mountain? Now the number of unknown enemies is large and powerful. That mountain may be their headquarters. This old man really doesn't understand why City Lord wants to go in the direction of the tiger, even though he knows that there are tigers in the mountain." To get something, Xiao Xingma turned his head at this time, and on his ghostly face there was a strange smile that moved people like a sneer. "Get something?" Kamaya narrowed his eyes, but quietly made a gesture to the ghost baby. The ghost baby's palms secretly moved, and a cold dagger quietly appeared. But at this time, inside the carriage where they were, a small 7-story pagoda appeared out of thin air. 10,000 ghost pagoda. Kamaya was suddenly shocked. At this time, this small pagoda unexpectedly produced a huge suction force, and in a flash, everyone was sucked into this small pagoda. Inside the carriage, only Xiao Xingma, who was driving the carriage, was left. Entrusted by someone, please don't blame me, that small pagoda slowly flew to Xiao Xingma's side and landed under his seat. Xiao Xingma's expression was still cold, and with a wave of the reins in his hand, the carriage's speed increased again. After an unknown amount of time, the carriage finally left the dark underground. There was no feeling of oppression in the surroundings, and the carriage directly flew out of the rock, entering an extremely spacious space. At this time, Xiao Xingma's expression changed. It became dignified. In front of him there was a huge thing. It went deep underground, and at the same time it also led to the surface like a huge pagoda, and one couldn't see the bottom, and also couldn't see the top in front of this huge pagoda. The carriage was like a microorganism. The whole body of this huge pagoda was made of some kind of metal. Xiao Xingma drove the carriage, quickly climbing up, and soon the carriage arrived at the entrance of this huge metal pagoda. The square entrance was huge and dark, and the carriage rushed into this entrance, disappearing into a long passage. The hard soil and rock were breaking apart little by little. After that, something seemed to crawl out of the soil. Soon, it completely broke free from the soil. However, it suddenly lost gravity and fell down heavily. It was a turtle shell, a huge one as big as a bedroom. At this moment, several figures rushed out of the tortoise shell, and the tortoise shell luckily stopped on a protruding rock platform. This group was obviously Ming Tushan, Immortal Huanyan, and the others who tried to explore the edge of the underground to find a way out after parting with 100 Tribulation Taoist. This is the end? What the hell is this? Obviously, Ming Tushan couldn't distinguish the direction in the dark underground, so he could only control the turtle shell to dive down, and finally came to this place. Looking at the thing that shocked Immortal Huanyang, Ming Tushan's face was full of shock. "I've lived for so many years, but I've never seen such a huge thing." The so-called world-class skyscrapers of humans were like laughable toys compared to this. It was incomparably huge, and its entire body was made of metal. There were countless window-like areas, and it was like a giant tower that was buried underground. Yen 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 yen. Chapter 1076. In the pure white space, Tei Yinzi's screams gradually stopped. At this time, he could no longer maintain his disguise. His body had already turned into a mass of black mist. Gradually, something separated from the mist. There were balls of gray light and a small brocade box. This mass of light was Taeyenzi's soul. At this time, when his soul separated from the black fog, the crystal that trapped him suddenly shone brightly. At the same time, another crystal also shone with the same degree of light. The light filled the entire pure white space. After an unknown amount of time, Taeyenzi's soul disappeared beside the black fog, replaced by a mass of golden light. This golden ball of light was originally in another crystal pillar. Interaction. Tae-Inzi's soul had been transferred to another crystal pillar. At this time, the golden ball of light suddenly crashed into the black fog. At this time, the black fog in the crystal pillar was like boiling water, rolling nonstop. It was like ink that had been scattered into water, gradually spreading out. His body, his 4 limbs, his head, his silhouette, everything gradually became clear. Finally, a grayish-black body appeared in the crystal pillar. It was as if it had gone through countless calculations to possess a perfectly proportioned body. Without a doubt, this was a perfect reminder of the existence of the god in the fantasy, but its gender could not be seen. It had a perfect face, but it did not have any male or female characteristics, a person without sex. The moment this body was completed, the crystal pillar suddenly softened, like a liquid, suddenly pouring down and sprinkling on the pedestal. This almost perfect, grayish-black body stood quietly on the pedestal. Finally, it slowly opened its eyes. At the moment when it opened its eyes, there was a hint of joy hidden in its eyes. It lowered its head to look at its own body, looked at its own hands. It even closed its eyes again, took a deep breath, and showed a look of enjoyment. Finally, its voice was not sharp or low, but it was very pleasant to hear. But its happy mood did not last long. It could even be said to be very short. It abruptly opened its eyes, and the joy in its eyes was replaced by a touch of anger. Why is the foreign body source content so low? Gaia, prototype universal treasure, vault manager Gaia, at your service. Respected treasure vault creator. Prototype universal treasure vault? It frowned. Why is it a prototype and not a special combat Valkyrie? Reply. All the special combat Valkyrie Gaias have been killed. Killed? It was slightly surprised, and with a frown, it looked at the prototype Gaia and said in a deep voice, "Open the memory system." Understood. Many cracks suddenly appeared on the body of the Gaia prototype. As the cracks split apart, the body of the Gaia prototype was split into 2, starting from the upper body. A rhombus-shaped crystal appeared in the split body. It walked up to the crystal, reached for it, and closed its eyes. After a while, it opened its eyes again, but this time its face was gloomy. There is a subscriber in the treasure vault. Impossible! I have closed the entrance and rejected all visitors. Why would there be such a powerful force in this world? This is obviously beyond the script, written by Area 003. But the script should be fixed. There is only one possibility to rewrite the script. Its expression changed greatly, and then it strode to the white pillar in the middle of the 2 crystal pillars. It started to operate the crystal pillar that trapped Tae-Inzi's soul. Suddenly, there was a colorful, liquid-like substance in the crystal pillar. Not long after, the colorful substance started to change, and in the end, it became a 30-centimeter long metal statue that looked like a dog. At this time, Tae-Inzi's soul was forced into the strange metal dog statue by a strange force. Wake up! The metal statue that looked like a dog slowly opened its eyes. Tae-Inzi regained his vision, and he felt that his surroundings had suddenly become huge. And in front of him, there was a man that even he thought was unbelievably beautiful. Wait, this man doesn't seem to have a lower part? What's the situation? Tae-Inzi subconsciously wanted to rub his chin. Unexpectedly, the next scene made Tae-Inzi turn pale with fright. He stared blankly at the reflection on the crystal, looking at his current appearance. A dog! I actually became a dog. This was obviously not the ability of Onyx Soul. Tae-Inzi could not feel the feeling when he was Onyx Soul. When the heavy body moved, there was a sound of metal colliding. You. What did you do to me? Who are you? De Cray, it said calmly. You can call me Earl de Cray, one of the people in charge of Eternal Kingdom's highest research organization. I don't care who you are. Quickly turn me back to my original appearance. Tae-Inzi could not accept that he had become an old dog, and an old metal dog at that. I don't care what Earl you are. Let me tell you, if my master knows about this, you're dead. Your master. De Cray was expressionless. but it opened its 5 fingers towards Tainzi. At this moment, Tainzi felt that his brain, he did not know if he still had a brain, it was just a feeling, was about to explode. At the same time, 2 rays of light shot out from the metal dog's eyes. The rays of light were like a projection. Scenes after scenes were displayed on the light screen, projected by the 2 rays of light. These were all the experiences of Tainzi in his life. These memories were projected in a short period of time. After a while, the rays of light from the 2 dog eyes stopped. Tainzi's limbs were weak, and he collapsed to the ground as though hundreds of metal dogs had attacked him. De Cret's expression was frighteningly gloomy, and his cold gaze was fixed on Tainzi. "So, you are the student of the person who broke into my treasure vault and destroyed my entire battle group." De Cret laughed coldly. "What a coincidence." I don't know what you are talking about. But my master will not let you off." Tainzi felt that when he said this, he did not have much confidence. But this was the only way to scare the other party. This was definitely related to the club. It's a pity that the representative of Origin is only a newbie. De Cret laughed coldly. "If it was the previous representative, I wouldn't have done anything. Even if I knew that I was being schemed against, I wouldn't have done anything." Tainzi struggled to get up. De Cret laughed coldly. "You are not the thing required by the contract, but due to a freak combination of factors, it became you. That's really good. I'll remember this. You are the club sponsor?" Tainzi finally realized something, but De Cret ignored him. Instead, he turned around and looked at the brocade box separated from Tainzi's body on the pedestal. That brocade box slowly flew into De Cret's hand, and he easily opened it. This made Tainzi shocked. The thing inside the brocade box was related to an extremely important secret of his sect. "Do you know what this is?" De Cret looked at Tainzi with a mysterious expression. "I don't know." Tainzi turned his head, but when he thought of this guy forcibly scanning his memories, Tainzi was frightened. What do you want to do?" "In your eyes, this is the thing of the so-called immortals." De Cret laughed coldly and slowly took out the thing inside the brocade box. "In your so-called Penglai convention, the final sacrifice is to use this thing to summon the legendary Penglai immortal to fulfill your wishes, right?" It was a palm with a severed wrist. "But the funny thing is, this Penglai immortal has died long ago. I killed him." De Cret laughed coldly. "Although I don't know why his palm was lost and passed to your sect, it still came back to me in the end. Do you know what this means?" What does it mean? Your master is just a newly appointed agent." De Cret laughed lightly. "He has been appointed for less than a year and is too lazy. I am afraid he is still worrying about the passing of his life, right? Beautiful soul. Ridiculous for such a thing. He didn't even accumulate his own strength. Such a guy. I am afraid he hasn't even opened the door to the multidimensional world. No, I am afraid he doesn't even have the authority to rewrite. No, he might not even have the authority to influence the sub-administrator of this 003 main world. Araya. I don't understand. Penglai's master is already dead, but his authority from the Origin is still there. As long as I replace him and make up for the transaction amount he said he owed, then the authority of Penglai will be transferred to me." De Cret laughed maniacally. "I originally thought that after this rebirth, I would be able to replace Penglai and become the sub-agent of the Origin. I didn't expect that the agent would be just a newcomer. Ha 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 ha." Tainzi opened his mouth. He still couldn't understand what this guy, who seemed to have his head stuck in the door or was in a daze inside the crystal, was saying, but it seemed like this guy had the ability to kill his boss. Should I defect to the enemy? But at this moment, a vibration suddenly came from this pure white space. De Cret frowned and reached out his hand to touch the pillar beside him, only to see a large number of blue screens appear around him. On them were images of the Penglai treasury. De Cret's gaze quickly landed on one of them, which was clearly the place where the Myriad Essence Pool was located. Special combat type Valkyrie class? Decaria's brows furrowed even deeper. Maximizing production. Who gave this order? This is a waste of my myriad essence. Stop! However, when Decre's palm hit the surface of the pillar, the printing in the myriad essence pool didn't stop. At the same time, a message appeared in front of Decre. Insufficient authority. Sublevel authority, damn it. Decre suddenly looked at Taiyinzi and said angrily, "You inferior product!" Taiyinzi was very angry. What can I do? But he had no choice, so he could only continue lying down. But the thought of defecting to the enemy was instantly dispelled. It seemed like, because of him, there were some flaws in this guy's plan. But Decre only glared fiercely at Taiyinzi before walking towards Prototype Gaia. He returned to Prototype Gaia's appearance and said with a stern tone, "All the combat types should have died. Why is there still an order to be on the highest alert?" Reason unknown, Decre frowned. Think, analyze. Intelligent program severely damaged. Analysis program unable to start. You trash! Decre cursed angrily. He bit his finger and paced back and forth. Then he quickly walked to the front of the pillar. His consciousness had just awakened from a deep slumber, and there were many things he didn't know. He needed to understand the situation further. The mainframe stopped. Is it because the mainframe was affected when we annihilated that unusual combat power? Decre quickly checked the situation in the myriad essence pool and slammed the pillar in exasperation. The intelligence of the prototype Gaia has degenerated to the lowest level, no different from a baby. Only the prototype Gaia can respond to the hidden orders I gave. The newly printed one doesn't have my hidden orders. Damn it, this sub-level authority. Even if it's only level 2 authority, it's fine. Taiyinzi shrunk back. Even though the space inside the crystal pillar was small, he felt that this guy who had his head crushed by a door would vent his anger on him in the next second. I need to restart the mainframe and bind to this identity. Only then can I take back the absolute control of the treasury. Decre took a deep breath and seemed to have calmed down. Prototype Gaia, follow me to the main control room. Decre, who had regained his composure, once again issued orders to Prototype Gaia. Currently, only this Gaia could respond to his orders. In the following operations, he would need this Prototype Gaia in many places. This new body's possession of the alien source was extremely low. With that little authority, it couldn't even enter the main control room. Understood, Decre turned around. The moment he turned around, he put on a strange attire that resembled a military uniform. Seeing Decre walk out with the prototype Gaia following behind him, Taiyinzi in the crystal pillar blinked his new pair of metal dog eyes. Chapter 1077. Many people gathered in the long and winding cave. They were mainly members of the administration, Tsang Jinshui and Chu Xinghe. Tsang Jinshui and Chu Xinghe were sitting cross-legged on the ground, trying to recover their strength. Before this, these two big shots of the 4 celestial races had already shared information with the 4 captains of the administration since they entered this place. When they heard the news that the elites of the 2 Kelowna transcendent associations had suffered heavy casualties, the captains of the administration were shocked. The few of them really couldn't imagine what kind of terrifying combat power was required to be able to fight the Tao Association and the Demon Association to the point where they were almost wiped out. Especially after hearing Tsang Jinshui's detailed description, they felt even more terrified of Gaia. Not long ago, when they were supporting Tsang Jinshui and Chu Xinghe, they had already seen how powerful Gaia was. If Han Ling hadn't used the Godfall bullets at the beginning and caught one of the Gaias off guard, the difficulty of the battle would have increased exponentially. But according to Tsang Jinshui, there were more than 100 of such Gaias. Ling Feng couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Fortunately, he didn't directly mine the precious resources here at the beginning. Otherwise, the administration would have been treated by one of the Gaias, and then collectively sung a song of doom. At this time, A member quietly came in front of Ling Feng and the other captains and shook his head. "We still can't contact the headquarters. Our signal is completely cut off." "Got it. Go and count our battle supplies." Ling Feng nodded and waved his hand to let the member go to work. "Ling Feng, according to Song Jinshui, we might not be able to go out." At this time, the female Captain Hong Ling frowned. "Looks like you need to write more reports." Captain Ling Feng smiled bitterly. "It's not that I don't want to use the Godfall bullets. I'm just afraid that even if I use it, it will be difficult to get through this crisis. If something happens..." Just at this moment, Ling Feng suddenly stopped talking and looked as though he was concentrating. Seeing this, the other three captains' expressions turned serious. At this moment, in the depths of the cave, a strange sound suddenly came. This strange sound quickly alarmed Song Jinshui and Chu Xinghe, who were recovering their strength. Then, all the members of the administration were alerted. "It looks like something's coming out." Captain Ling Feng raised his hand slightly. All the members of the administration immediately picked up their weapons and spread out into a crescent formation. In the darkness, something seemed to be emerging from the depths of the cave. Closer, closer. It seemed to be a human figure. An overly nervous member of the administrative bureau subconsciously pulled the trigger on the special pistol in his hand when the figure was about to fully reveal itself. Wait. However, at this moment, Captain Ling Feng's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick. He immediately pressed down on the other party's wrist. "Something's wrong." Finally, the figure was fully exposed in front of everyone. It was about 2 meters tall, but it was obviously not a human. It was actually a humanoid machine. It had strong limbs, but its legs were assembled in an anti-joint manner. Its head was like a flat metal plate with a black crystal in the middle. A little red light was flashing in the crystal. This was probably this guy's eye. However, the metal machine of this type of person seemed to be unable to see everyone in the cave. It walked straight ahead. Everyone nervously and cautiously stuck to both sides of the cave. The metal machine actually walked past silently. Amidst his bewilderment, a similar silhouette emerged from the darkness. What came out was actually another humanoid metal machine that was exactly the same as the first one. There was more than one. From the depths of the cave, a steady stream of these strange humanoid machines kept coming out. They kept a certain distance and appeared one after another. Even their speed was basically the same. In this strange situation, time passed very slowly. Finally, when the humanoid machines came out from the depths of the cave, several captains came together again. Song Jinshui and Chu Xinghe looked at each other in surprise. Not long after, they made a decision that was to quietly follow out and see what these humanoid machines wanted to do. The way out of the cave was very short. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the cave. They once again saw these humanoid machines. They were not far away, but in front of them, and were doing something that surprised everyone. A metal machine was under a big tree at this time. A long needle slowly extended from its finger joint and then inserted into the trunk, as if it was extracting something. Not far away, another metal machine was doing the same thing. At the same time, the legs of several other metal machines began to change and reorganize. Finally, a stream of air spurted out from the legs that turned into cylinders, pushing them into the air. Their arms opened and split open. There are countless small nozzles where the arms split open, and some mist was spurting out from these nozzles. They kept moving, and the mist slowly descended into the primeval forest, like sprinkling water. Some of the metal machines were even clearing the weeds on the ground. They each had their own duties, but they were orderly. "It's just like gardeners." No one knew who said this, but this statement quickly made everyone present realize, no wonder these metal machines turned a blind eye to everyone. They were probably just set to do forest management. They came out from inside. Captain Ling Feng, who finally reacted, frowned and said with a strange expression, "Could this be the entrance to their workstation?" "Captain, What should we do next? Let's go in and have a look. Ling Feng took a deep breath and said, maybe we can find some clues about this place inside. Since these humanoid machines came out from inside, there may be their communication system inside. Sang Jinshui and Chu Xinghe agreed with Captain Ling Feng's analysis. So the group sneaked into the depths of the cave while the humanoid machines were doing their gardener's work outside. They didn't encounter any danger on the way, and the group easily reached the end of the cave. They saw a huge metal door in the depths of the cave. Because they didn't know what kind of danger they would encounter inside, 2 of the 4 captains led 3 members to form an exploration team. They went through the metal door first, and the rest stayed on standby. Although they couldn't communicate with the outside world, communication tools could be used in this place. We've gone through the passage, and we didn't encounter any danger. Over. Roger, over. While holding the walkie-talkie, one of the team members sent back images through the video camera. Gradually, everyone began to have an intuitive understanding of the depths of this cave. It was like the scene seen in countless sci-fi movies about the future. Or rather, it was a more advanced setting. The camera turned, and before everyone woke up from the feeling of technology, a large number of hibernation chambers appeared in front of the camera. As the camera approached, the voice of one of the captains sounded at the same time. These containers seemed to be the resting places of the humanoid machines that just went out. In addition, many small mechanical arm-like things were found in the chambers, and they seemed to be able to repair the humanoid machines to a certain extent. In addition, we haven't encountered any danger, so there may be no defense here, or we haven't triggered it yet. Over. Roger, over. Captain Ling Feng put down the walkie-talkie and stared at the screen with a frown. At this time, the exploration team was unveiling the veil of this place bit by bit. Someone found something that looked like a gun. This thing could release beams of light, and when they hit the metal wall, traces of the metal wall would appear on the surface of the wall. There were also people who found many rod-shaped objects on the rows of what seemed to be tool racks. There were several buttons on them, and when one of them was pressed, the rod-shaped object suddenly shot out a beam of light that was about 1 meter long and did not dissipate. I'm afraid this is a technology similar to energy condensation. Incredible! How did such a strong energy shape it? Is it through a magnetic field? How much technology is contained in this rod? Ling Feng, although the exploration of this place is incredible, I feel like I've walked into the laboratory of an advanced alien civilization. Over. Continue to explore and try to find the control center or something like that. Don't hesitate if there is danger. Retreat immediately. Over. Time passed little by little, and with the discovery of more incredible technology, Ling Feng even agreed with the words of the captain. Is this place really the laboratory of an advanced alien civilization? However, just as everyone was paying full attention to the exploration progress of the exploration team, a scream suddenly came from behind them. This sudden change made everyone turn around. They saw that in the cave, 3 small figures had appeared at some point in time, mass-produced combat type, Gaia. Damn it! Sang Jinshui's face suddenly changed. He and Chu Xinghe, with the help of the administration, managed to eliminate 2 of them with great difficulty, but they didn't expect that they would find this place so quickly, and there were even 3 of them. The one who screamed had now fallen to the ground. There was a terrible wound on his chest, as if it was directly penetrated by a high-temperature power. The wound even emitted a burnt smell. A drop of cold sweat quietly slid down from Captain Ling Feng's forehead, and he swallowed his saliva. At this time, a loud voice sounded directly beside Captain Ling Feng. Hong Ling. At this moment, Captain Hong Ling did not hesitate and directly fired a shot at one of the 3 Gaia, using a magazine loaded with god-killing bullets. However, Hong Ling's unexpected shot did not hit the Gaia. Its body moved a few centimeters in an instant, and the bullet passed by it and shot into the rock wall. Hong Ling, who did not believe in superstition, gritted his teeth at this time, and a tongue of fire suddenly spat out from the M16A4 in his hand. The Gaias suspended in the air kept moving into the cave. In the dim cave, they were like ghosts, easily dodging Hong Ling's bullets. The magazine was emptied, and none of the Gaias were hit. Hong Ling was alarmed and wanted to change the magazine in a fluster. But at that instant, a Gaia had already rushed in front of her and raised the transformed red blade. Hong Ling. Ling Feng was shocked and terrified at this moment. At this moment, Song Jinshui suddenly rushed forward, and a huge amount of demonic power transformed into a huge green claw. He swung it at the Gaia, blocking the attack of the Gaia who attacked Hong Ling. At this moment, seeing that the person who saved her was Song Jinshui, a complicated look flashed in Hong Ling's eyes. Song Jinshui shouted at this moment and suddenly pressed his hands on the ground. At the same time, several beams of light appeared from the ground, sealing the three Gaias at the same time. Song Jinshui said anxiously, "The terrain here is unfavorable to us. The power of these attacks is too terrifying. Quickly leave this place. I can only delay them for a while." Among the four celestial races, the Azure Dragon race was the race that was best at using sealing techniques. These green beams of light were probably some kind of Taoist technique that could seal the enemy's ability to move. At this moment, the three Gaias inside the beams of light were slowly moving, as if they were about to break out of the beams of light. "Why are you still in a daze? Run," Song Jinshui angrily said. Ling Feng also wanted to retreat, but when she thought of the exploration team in the depths of the cave, she hesitated. But this hesitation did not last for long and instantly turned into panic. Song Jinshui fiercely spat out a mouthful of blood, and the beams of light disappeared. The three Gaias instantly broke out. It only took a few seconds. Unexpectedly, Song Jinshui's expression changed. The three Gaias closed in at this moment. This made Song Jinshui both shocked and angry. He roared, and his body was instantly covered with large amounts of green scales, preparing for a bitter battle. But at this moment, the body of the first Gaia to arrive suddenly split open. A long sword appeared in front of Song Jinshui, and a black-haired youth wearing a scarf. This youth, wearing casual clothes and scarf, but holding an ancient sword, smiled at Song Jinshui and instantly turned around, slashing at the other two Gaias. So fast! Song Jinshui and Chu Xinghe were secretly shocked, thinking that if this seemingly simple sword slashed at them, would they be able to dodge it? At this moment, the two Gaias stopped. Facing this youth's attack, they did not seem to have any reaction. The ancient sword easily slashed at their bodies. In less than a few seconds, this youth had already dealt with the three Gaias. This made Song Jinshui and the others, who had fought bitterly with Gaias before, feel an indescribable feeling in their heart. Strange, why did these guys suddenly become like wood, the one just now too? After the youth dealt with the three Gaias, he stood in the same place, rubbing his chin, as if thinking about something. "Excuse me, you are?" Ling Feng was, after all, the head of the agency, so she had no choice but to brace herself and walk forward, trying to get in touch with this mysterious youth. Hearing this, the youth scratched his head and turned around. "Oh, sorry, I was thinking about something and got distracted. Are you all okay?" "Ah." Ling Feng subconsciously nodded. But at this moment, the youth saw the agency member who was killed by Gaia at the beginning and frowned. "One died. I'm really sorry. I think I should be able to catch up, but I cleaned up some outside, so I was slower." "Outside?" The youth nodded. "Yes, outside the cave. These three should have sneaked in when I wasn't paying attention." "Cleaned up." Ling Feng looked at the other captain, Hong Ling, and then looked at Song Jinshui and Chu Xinghe before finally looking at the mysterious youth, swallowing her saliva and asking, How many?" "About 70 or 80. The youth thought for a while and said casually, "I didn't count carefully." "About 70 or 80. Why don't you go to heaven?" "Hong Ling, in the Tao Association, is there such a person?" Ling Feng quietly asked Hong Ling at this moment, This youth used an ancient sword and did not look like a shifter. Hong Ling shook his head blankly. Just as everyone was frightened by the terrifying strength of this youth, the youth suddenly said, "It's good that you are all okay. Get ready to leave this place." "Leave?" Song Jinshue's eyes lit up at this time and quickly said, "You know the way out of here." "I don't know how to leave." The youth shrugged and said, "Anyway, there is a way to let you leave." But Chu Xing has still kept an eye on this. Although this mysterious youth was terrifying, no one knew him. She hesitated for a moment and braced herself. "Why should we believe you?" As the young man listened, he revealed a rather troubled expression. Just as he was about to speak, an old voice came from behind him. "Mr. Taisetsu, let this old man do it." He saw a white-haired old man slowly walking over, and beside this old man, there was an exceptionally strong man. Bai Jie Daoist and Huang Baifu, Song Jinshue and Chu Xinghe were shocked at the same time. "Greetings, sect master." Hong Ling quickly walked out from the crowd at this time and bowed to Bai Jie Daoist. She was once sent to Kunlun to learn martial arts, so she had the identity of a Kunlun disciple. Ling Feng and Hong Ling were slightly happy. Bai Jie Daoist was a person of virtue and prestige, and Huang Baifu was known as the strongest young demon in Kelowna, so they were more or less confident. "There is not much time. Listen to me first." Bai Jie Daoist walked to the front of the crowd. "Everyone, this old man has found a way to leave, but time is short, so I hope you can leave now." "Bai Jie Daoist, why are you with Huang Baifu?" Song Jinshue frowned. "And you found a way to leave. During the time we were separated, did you find something?" Bai Jie Daoist glanced at Song Jinshue, Huang Baifu, Wang, who snorted. "Song Jinshue, just leave when I ask you to leave. Why so much nonsense? I tell you, you only have one chance. If you don't leave, don't blame us if you can't leave." "Huang Baifu you." "Song Jinshue, believe it or not, I'll beat you until you're like your old man, hanging on a pillar and unable to move up and down." Wang, who sneered, clenching his fist and walking towards Song Jinshue. "You can try." Song Jinshue's eyes shone like he wanted to eat someone. A pair of short horns appeared on his head, and his demonic energy boiled all over his body, causing his aura to soar crazily. "Ah, this posture is not bad, but I wonder how many punches you can take." Wang, who was still sneering, "Damn, I've met so many people I can't beat, but this time I finally met someone I can win for sure. So touching. Stop arguing." Bai Jie Daoist glared and said in a low voice, "We've already suffered heavy casualties. Do you still want to kill each other in this dangerous place? The time we can leave is limited. I don't want to see any more casualties. Listen, this time our Kelowna Daoist and Demon Realm has suffered heavy losses. Do you really want to see our Kelowna Daoist and Demon Realm completely fall before you feel at ease? After all, this was an old man with a higher seniority than anyone present, the president of Kelowna Daoist Association, the sect master of Kunlun, could indeed suppress Wang Hu's arrogance and Song Jinshue's anger. You're right, Daoist." Chu Xinghe's eyes swept across the crowd and finally stopped on Taisetsu. "Leaving is indeed necessary, but Daoist, don't you want to introduce this expert to us?" "If there's a chance, I'll explain it to you clearly." Bai Jie Daoist took a deep breath. "I'll open the way for you to leave immediately. Next, there are still some people who are separated and may be in danger. I must find them as soon as possible." President Bai Jie, Captain Ling Feng suddenly said, "Is time really so tight? This place." But before he finished speaking, Bai Jie Daoist had already interrupted. "Ling Feng, I know what you're thinking, but I advise you not to have any ideas about this place. Although it doesn't sound nice, this is not a place that you or even the country behind you can touch." Ling Feng frowned. "Because of these weapon-like girls? But it's not like we don't have any chance of winning. This one." He also looked at Taisetsu at the same time. Ling Feng, should I say you're loyal or stupid?" Bai Jie Daoist smiled bitterly, and then his voice deepened. I'll say it one more time. Leave immediately. Captain Ling Feng was silent. Hong Ling looked over silently at this time. Captain Ling Feng finally sighed. Since President Baijie has said so, then I can only listen. But I won't hide what happened here. I hope Daoist can personally come to the administration and explain to us old leaders. Don't make it difficult for me. But some of us went in, and it will take some time to come out. I will. If there's a chance, I will. Baijie Daoist nodded. Ask your men to come out as soon as possible. Captain Ling Feng nodded, walked to a team member, and whispered, Ask them to come out immediately, but ask them to bring out as much as possible from inside. Just say that this is an order. The team member was stunned, then understood, nodded immediately, and ran to the back. At this time, Taisetsu walked slowly to Wang Hu was at odds with Songjin Shui, and asked curiously, Brother, why did they call you Huang Baifu? Wang Hu was stunned. Then he braced himself and said, Huang Baifu is my real name. Oh, I see. Taisetsu nodded, then asked, What about Wang Hu? This is Wang Hu. Huang Baifu said softly, Stage name. Taisetsu nodded again, then rubbed his chin. Huang Baifu. This name is a bit hard to pronounce. You should be called Wang Hu. Then it's decided. I am the young master of White Tiger, Huang Baifu. I also think that Wang Hu is a good name. I'll be called this from now on. Not long after, the exploration team walked out with a puzzled look on their faces. At this time, 100 Tribulations Daoist looked at Taisetsu and said seriously, You can open the passage. Okay. Taisetsu nodded. Then he waved the Zhanlu sword in his hand, and a crack appeared in the air. The crack opened quickly, revealing a distorted space. Everyone leave, 100 Tribulations Daoist said seriously. Remember, never come back here. Although 100 Tribulations Daoist was so serious, here came the question. Who would enter the distorted space first? After all, everything happened too suddenly. But at this time, footsteps came from outside the cave. A black-haired young man walked in slowly. After the black-haired young man appeared, 100 Tribulations Daoist's face changed slightly, while Taisetsu stood silently beside the young man. Luochio, Boss Luo. 100 Tribulations Daoist frowned and called out, Old sir, I'm sorry. At this time, Luochio said indifferently, I'm afraid not everyone can leave here. Among them, there are people who are outside the scope of your request. They don't belong to the Divine Land Dao world or the Divine Land Demon world. This 100 Tribulations Daoist was stunned and frowned. Among these people, many of them studied in the Dao world sects or were sent to the various large demon clans to train. No matter what, they are considered half-Dao demons. Their learning and training can only be considered as exchange students, but they don't belong to the Kelowna Dao world. Luochio said calmly, they don't belong to the Kelowna Dao world. They are outside the contract. Boss Luo, do you really have to make such a clear distinction? To you, opening the passage is just a piece of cake. Chapter 1078. It was very quiet in the cave. 100 Tribulation, Taoist, silently looked at the tough boss. He suddenly found that it was not only quiet, but also dead quiet. 100 Tribulation Taoist suddenly realized, except for himself, the boss, and Taisetsu, all the people here, including Huang Baifu, Songjin Shui, and Chu Xinghe, didn't move at all. They seemed to have become statues in an instant. 100 Tribulation Taoist was shocked. He was frightened because they were not only unable to move, but also stopped thinking. The content of the deal couldn't be leaked. The club wouldn't leak the content of the deal, but if it was the client who leaked it, the club wouldn't consider it. So, at least at this moment, when Luochio was here, everything stopped. If there is no problem, let's start to send the relevant people away. Seeing 100 Tribulation Taoist didn't say anything, Luochio wanted to end the brief explanation. Sir, wait a minute. 100 Tribulation Taoist frowned, saying sincerely, is there really no way to manipulate it? Boss Luo, the rules must be made. Of course, there would be situations that could be changed, and there must be loopholes. Every life here is so precious. Luocio quietly looked at 100 Tribulation Taoists' eyes. After a while, he slowly said, "It can be manipulated, but I don't know if you will choose it." 100 Tribulation Taoist hurriedly said, "Please." Well, in view of the content of the service you bought, there are two main aspects. First, evacuate all the Taoist and Monster Clan members here safely. Second, we won't do it indefinitely, so there is a time limit, 36 hours. So, by shortening the time I serve you and increasing the number of evacuees, what do you think? 100 Tribulation Taoist couldn't help but fall into meditation. The agency's appearance here was out of 100 Tribulation Taoists' expectation. He didn't even know that apart from the Taoist and Monster Clan members, even the agency was involved in this place. Then, apart from the agency, were more people involved because of the spiritual Chi Jade Dragon Pillar? Could 36 hours of service be enough to evacuate all these people safely? If the service time was shortened and the agency was evacuated safely, would there not be enough time to evacuate others? Was there anyone else? If they were to evacuate the people from the administration now, would the club be able to successfully evacuate all the Tao demons within the contracted area in a short period of time? Or, because the service time was shortened, some Taoist and Monster Clan members who could be rescued were out of service time? Tribulation Taoist couldn't help frowning. No. Even if the service time was shortened and Monster Clan members were added in the contract, the club could evacuate all the Taoist and Monster Clan members here. The key was whether there were any other people here other than the agency and the Tao demon. What if they couldn't evacuate these extra people after the service time was up? But why was there a service time limit rule? 100 Tribulation Taoist looked at the young owner again. He couldn't read any meaning from the owner's expression. The power of this shop owner was completely beyond 100 Tribulation Taoist's imagination. He even felt that this shop owner could evacuate all the Taoists in this place in an instant. However, this shop owner added a period of time to his service, which was also counted as part of the deal, and he had to pay for it. Profit. Suddenly, the 100 Tribulations Taoist figured out the key point. The other party had the ability to complete the task in an instant, but the extra service time meant that the service fee would be higher. Why did Boss Luo tell him this? Could it be that he was reminding him that the extra profit could be recovered in some way? Wang, who had said before that this person was a sincere person, it seemed that this was true. The Tribulation Taoist's brows gradually relaxed. Luocio said softly, "Old man, you've made up your mind, haven't you?" The Tribulation Taoist nodded solemnly. "I am willing to shorten the service time so that the agency can evacuate safely." "I see." Luocio nodded, but suddenly asked, "But before that, I'm curious. Why did you make this choice?" The Tribulation Taoist said quietly, "Boss Luo, let's not beat around the bush. You need to make some profits, or you can't do this business. All businessmen in the world want to make profits. I know that. Boss Luo has reminded me about the possibility of the service time. How can I not know? Your mission is not to work for free. I'm not reluctant to do it. So, thank you, Boss Luo." "I see." Luocio nodded and didn't say anything more. They'll be able to move soon. This exit will last for 10 minutes. If you want to say something, just tell them. I won't disturb you. Luocio walked out of the cave as he spoke. Taisetsu scratched his head and followed him out. After Luocio and Taisetsu left, the time in the cave seemed to start flowing again. Seeing Luocio's back as he left, the Tribulation Taoist faintly felt that something was wrong. But time was too short, and he couldn't catch that flash of light. At this moment, Hongling's eyes blinked, and Huang Baifu, Wang, whose eyebrows also frowned. Everyone's chests began to rise and fall again at this moment, and some people began to take a step forward. The still world instantly became a world that could move. What happened just now? Song Jinshui, asked Chu Xinghe in a low voice. Chu Xinghe glanced at them in confusion and found that Mr. Taisetsu had disappeared. It seemed that another young man had appeared just now. His memory seemed to be a bit blurry, but the distorted space exit was still there. At this moment, the Tribulation Taoist sighed and said seriously, "Everyone, don't waste time. This exit can only last for 10 minutes. Everyone looked at each other, and no one was the first to step out. Finally, the administration sent someone to test it. One of the team members was the first to cross the passage. He went in, but came back after a few minutes and said happily, "We can really go out. Captain, I can see Mount Tai. Let's go out." Captain Ling Feng nodded and didn't hesitate anymore, and arranged for everyone to leave. Outside the cave, Luoqiu looked at the metal machines of those people who were busy clearing the weeds in the forest. No one knew what he was thinking. Taisetsu hesitated for a moment, then walked up and asked in a low voice, "Boss, you seem a bit unhappy?" Luoqiu smiled slightly. "There's nothing to be unhappy about, it's just a business deal." Taisetsu was stunned and asked confusedly, "Boss, I don't understand. Why did you remind the Tribulation Taoist that the time can be shortened?" Luoqiu shook his head. "Actually, I didn't mean to remind him. Maybe he misunderstood, or maybe I didn't express it clearly enough." Then, "Boss, what do you want to do?" Luoqiu looked at the mountain in the distance and whispered, "I just want to know how he will choose to save those in front of him and those in the future." Then, did he choose the wrong one? No. Luoqiu shook his head again. "In fact, there's nothing wrong with the choice. What's wrong is the choice itself, right?" Luoqiu then smiled. "Well, let's not talk about this now. After the Tribulation Taoist comes out, let's go to the next place." After passing through the exit, they appeared near a granary outside a small village. They didn't disturb anyone, especially the villagers who were working in the fields. It seemed that the exit had been carefully selected. Sang Jinshui and Chu Xinghe didn't choose to stay. They had experienced a terrible disaster. Even though the time was short, they felt like it was a lifetime ago. But they didn't choose to leave here immediately, because it was very likely that the next batch of evacuees would appear here. Sang Jinshui and Chu Xinghe also wanted to know whether their clansmen had survived the disaster. What? How is it possible? But at this moment, Ling Feng's face suddenly changed. This made everyone's eyes converge on Ling Feng, who was holding a mobile phone and was stunned on the spot. After coming out, Captain Ling Feng immediately contacted the headquarters of the administration. "What happened?" Han Ling asked hurriedly. Captain Ling Feng frowned at this moment. His face was full of disbelief. They said, "Today is the 15th day of the first lunar month." What? They went in on New Year's Eve, but it felt like only 2 or 3 hours had passed. 500 years! Gong Sanhua and the charming and lazy woman in the light ball suddenly stood up. Perhaps because their eyes were too intimidating, Jiang Zui subconsciously leaned back. The light ball seemed to be able to sense Jiang Zui's thoughts, and at this time it also slowly moved back. "Junior, are you telling the truth?" Gong Sanhua's face was extremely solemn. Jiang Zuishan said solemnly, "Seniors, I can even swear to my deceased master that every word I said is true and not false at all. In fact, before I came in here, it was the Lunar New Year of 2018 outside, which is 500 years away from the time you said." The charming and lazy woman and Gong Sanhua looked at Jiang Zui without saying a word, which made Jiang Zui break out in cold sweat. Although he knew that they were also trapped in the light ball, he still felt a chill on his back. What level of Taoist cultivators were these two people at? After a long time, the charming and lazy woman slowly exhaled, faintly saying, "I wonder what year it is in the heavenly palace. It seems that this place and the outside world are the same as the heavenly earth." Gong Sanhua didn't answer, but sat down with his legs crossed and closed his eyes. In Jiang Zui's opinion, this senior must be overstimulated and couldn't calm down. But thinking about it, Hundreds of years had passed in the blink of an eye. Looking back, things were still the same, but people had changed. The familiar places had changed. The ancient people in the past might have turned into the yellow soil, leaving only him. Alas, these two seniors were quite pitiful. Jiangzi sighed secretly in his heart. Unexpectedly, Gong Sanwoo slapped his thigh, his face full of joy. Damn! 500 years have passed. Most of my former enemies are probably dead. I don't have to do it myself. This feeling is F***ing comfortable. Jiangzi, the charming and lazy woman, also chuckled. Wu, you idiot, you have no ambition. Why don't you think about it? 500 years have passed. You and I are already in the generation of ancestors, with extremely high seniority, maybe at the level of ancestors. The rules of the clan, the rules of the sect, all of them go to hell. Jiangzi, what happened to the seniors and masters? No, I can't wait to go out when I think that I will be an ancestor when I go out. The charming woman frowned at this time. It's a pity that we can't break this broken light ball. Do we have to stay here for a few more years? At this time, Gong Sanwoo suddenly slapped towards the light ball. Jiangzi didn't see any shocking momentum with this slap. It was more like slapping a mosquito, but the light ball suddenly flashed a few times at this time. At this time, Gong Sanwoo frowned at this time. This thing seems to have become weaker. The charming and lazy woman was surprised at this time. However, at this time, as if to prove Gong Sanwoo's words, the space suddenly became bright and dark. Jiangzi was shocked, but at this time he suddenly felt a pulling force. His body was suddenly pulled down, and at this time, the light ball that protected him was broken in an instant. Therefore, Jiangzi fell to the ground. Wait, the ground? Jiangzi raised his head. In front of him was a three-dimensional space made of metal on all sides. Where was the chaotic space he saw before? It's so strange. I have never seen this situation before. Gong Sanwoo looked at this metal room at this time. For these years, have we been trapped here in this metal box? This may be some kind of advanced space technology. Jiangzi frowned at this time. Climbing up at this time, a special space is created in this metal room. I remember Gaia said to start the protection program. Maybe this is used to protect the so-called subscribers when there is an attack outside. But why does this special space disappear? The charming woman looked at Jiangzi at this time, puzzled at this time. Jiangzi muttered, assuming that a huge amount of energy is needed to maintain this special space. When the machine you made has a fault, or if there's a problem with the energy supply, maybe it will stop. At this time, suddenly, this metal room rang out suddenly. The energy supply will be restored in 30 seconds. Subscribers don't need to worry. The protection program will be restarted. Please wait patiently. At this time, the surroundings of this metal room began to vaguely change at this time, as if it was going to return to its original chaotic state again. Damn it, I don't want to be trapped again. Gong Sanwoo snorted at this time. Over there. At this time, Jiangzi's eyes were sharp. At this time, he saw something like a door flash and instantly pointed at it. Seeing this, Gong Sanwoo raised his palm without hesitation. No one knew how he did it, but in a flash, Gong Sanwoo's palm had already imprinted on the metal door. This metal door suddenly sank, and then with a bang, the entire metal plate more than 2 meters high flew out in an instant, and then revealed an exit. Haha! Gong Sanwoo directly took a step out. At this time, the charming woman at this time didn't greet at all. At this time, her figure flashed and already appeared in front of the exit. Then she also took a step out. At this time, Jiangzi at once at this time, he immediately followed at this time. But at this time, he felt very strange in his heart. The sudden stop of the protection space and the subsequent electronic explanation had confirmed his conjecture. The energy supply was insufficient. But the insufficient energy supply was too coincidental. How could the energy supply be insufficient not long after he came here? This situation was really like the situation of the Xia family city in the peak period, and suddenly the power supply was tripped. Chapter 1079. The carriage continued to run through the huge passageway. The willow! The wisps coming from the black bull's iron hooves illuminated the surroundings with a light green light. Xiao Xingma suddenly pulled on the reins, causing the carriage to slowly come to a stop. At the end of the passageway was a fault. The interior of this mysterious tower buried underground was surprisingly hollow. In the middle of the empty space, there was a huge metal pillar. This metal pillar was slowly rotating. Although they were not close to it, Xiao Xingma could already feel the terrifying energy emitted from this rotating metal pillar. Xiao Xingma frowned, then pulled the reins in his hand again, and the carriage set off again, circling around the huge metal pillar and spiraling upwards. The mysterious small tower that sucked Long Shirua and the others inside was still quietly standing beside Xiao Xingma, not shaken in the slightest by the bumpy carriage. Ever since they were sucked into the small tower, they could barely sense the situation outside. This was the treasure of the Ghost City Lord, Xiao Xingma, 10,000 Ghost Tower. According to legend, there was a space inside it that could absorb 100,000 ghost soldiers and ghost generals. Once activated, 100,000 ghost soldiers and ghost generals would come out, causing the weather to change, as if hell had descended. No one knew what was inside the 10,000 Ghost Tower. A place that could absorb 100,000 ghost soldiers and ghost generals would certainly be gloomy and terrifying. Unexpectedly, when Chichikamaya and the others opened their eyes, what they saw was not hell, but a quiet place with a winding path. There was a small bridge with flowing water and a cool breeze. It was like a paradise, making people feel relaxed and happy. This is the 10,000 Ghosts Tower. Suddenly, Long Shirua's voice rang out. Chichikamaya and Ghost Child looked over at the same time and saw that Long Shirua had already stood up. Her originally pale face had become rosy. Presumably, it was because of the medicinal pills that Chichikamaya had given her, allowing her to recover. It should be. Chichikamaya nodded. Xiao Xingma's 10,000 Ghost Tower has always been mysterious. No one knows what's inside it. However, why did Xiao Xingma suddenly attack and trap us in this place? Long Shirua frowned and said, Ever since Xiao Xingma became the Ghost City Lord, he basically never left Fengdu Ghost City except during the Penglai conference. He's always been very mysterious. Let's go forward and see. I don't think he would send us in here for no reason. Rumor has it that there are 100,000 ghost soldiers and ghost generals in the 10,000 Ghost Pagoda. Are you afraid? The Ghost Child looked at him worriedly. Chichikamaya calmly said, Others may be afraid, but your Lord Long won't be afraid. Shinryu's aura is Kelowna's most powerful and majestic power. It is the nemesis of all demons and monsters. The Ghost Child nodded and then carried the unconscious Luo Dance on his back. It seemed that he was the only one suitable to do this. At this time, the faint sound of a zither came from the depths of the bamboo forest ahead. This made Long Shirua stunned and said subconsciously, What a cold zither sound! It seems that the zither sound wants to lead us there. Chichikamaya frowned. Long Shirua and Chichikamaya looked at each other, and then they resolutely followed the sound into the bamboo forest ahead. The bamboo trees were silent and fluttering. The zither sound was cold, but not sad. It was like the sound of understanding the world, lingering in the air. It was getting deeper and deeper. Long Shirua raised her hand and lifted a small section of bamboo leaves. She saw a touch of brown in front of her. It was an antique wooden house built in the bamboo forest. There was a pavilion outside the house. At this time, someone was sitting in the pavilion and playing the zither. The sound of footsteps began to disturb the sound of the zither. When Long Shirua and others were several meters away from the pavilion, the zither player stopped. He put his hands on the strings and slightly raised his head. Why did you lead us here? Long Shirua said in a low voice. Did you make the flute sound silent and lead us here? Who are you? Lord Long is still forgetful. The man's voice was slightly hoarse and old. At this time he stood up and turned around. He looked like an old man. The old man had a benevolent look, like those immortals who didn't eat the food of mortals. Seeing this man, Long Shiroa's eyes suddenly changed, and Chichikamaya was also moved. The old man nodded slightly. Long time no see, Lord Long and Mr. Turtle. It's you. Long Shiroa's face was full of disbelief. Heavens will. 70th generation. He's Heavens will 70th generation? Ghost Baby looked at the old man in the pavilion in surprise and couldn't help but frown. It said that Heavens will 70th generation had died in order to eliminate the Long Sha. How could he be here? This is Wangue Pagoda. Chichikamaya seemed to understand something at this time. He looked at the old man in the pavilion and frowned. Heavens will 70th generation. Now you're just a ghost. The old man in the pavilion nodded, just as Mr. Turtle said, Now I'm just a lonely ghost. You're actually not completely dead. Long Shiroa took 2 steps forward. That year, after stabilizing the Dragon Vein riot, I rushed to the battlefield immediately, but all I saw was your corpse. I couldn't find any aura. So you hid here with Xiao Xingma? The old man in the pavilion, Heavens will 70th generation, shook his head. Not entirely. That year, after eliminating the Long Sha, my life was indeed cut off. My soul drifted outside and gradually dissipated. It was City Lord Xiao who saved me. He kept a wisp of my soul in Wangue Pagoda and nourished it with the ghost chi in Wangue Pagoda every day. Now dozens of years have passed, and I gradually woke up. Heavens will 70th generation. Since your soul is still here, why didn't you show up all these years? Chichikamaya asked puzzledly. Heavens will 70th generation smiled bitterly. On one hand, my soul is very weak. These dozens of years have been muddle-headed. Thanks to City Lord Zhao's help, I've recovered a bit recently. On the other hand, the Long Sha incident was caused by my evil disciple. I'm really ashamed to face Kelowna and the Taoist realms. Now that I've survived, I'm already blessed by the heavens. How can I have the face to show up? Gue Qiani heaved a long sigh. Long Shiroa said indifferently, That year, you risked your life to eliminate the Long Sha. Even though it brought disaster, it can be said that your merits offset your demerits. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Let's not talk about the past. Heavens will 70th generation shook his head, then said seriously, I'm in Wangue Pagoda. I'm indebted to City Lord Xiao and can know everything in the outside world. Lord Long, your situation isn't too good. If possible, please listen to me. Going too far is as bad as falling short. You'll get to let it go. You don't have to care about my matters. Long Shiroa snorted coldly. Why did you lead me here? Heavens will 70th generation was silent for a moment. Lord Long, do you know the origin of my plain-clothes Tao? Long Shiro muttered. The plain-clothes Tao appeared mysteriously 2,000 years ago. They're proficient in the mystic sect physiognomy and can predict the heavens, the earth, and people. They don't miss anything. Every generation of the plain-clothes Tao only has one official successor and has always been mysterious. However, when it comes to its origin, no one knows. It's strange. There are many people in the Tao world who know physiognomy, but they're not even 10 or 20% of the plain-clothes Tao. Even I can't find your background. Lord Long, can we talk alone? Heavens will 70th generation, suddenly said. Heavens will 70th generation. What do you mean? Chichikamaya frowned at that moment. Ghost Child also looked over with an unfriendly expression. There are some things that I can only talk to Shinryu alone. Mr. Turtle, I'm sorry. Heavens will 70th generation, said faintly. Please leave. When this person was alive, he had an extremely important position in the Tao and demon realms of Kelowna. Due to the plain-clothes Tao's special ability, even the Shenyuan palace had to be courteous to him many times. Although the successors of the plain-clothes Dao looked gentle and refined, the abilities of feng shui warlocks were too strange. No one knew when they would be plotted against if they offended these warlocks. Chichikamaya, you and Ghost Child bring Agile to the house to rest. Long Shirua waved her hand at that moment. Okay. Chichikamaya had no choice but to obey. When only Heaven's Will 70th generation and Long Shirua were left in the pavilion, Heaven's Will 70th generation made an inviting gesture and let Long Shirua come in and sit down. If the world knows that the great Shinryu of Kelowna is now just a child, I don't know how chaotic the Tao and demon realms of Kelowna will be. Heaven's Will 70th generation shook his head. You asked me to stay alone just to make fun of me? Long Shirua's voice was filled with dissatisfaction. Heaven's Will 70th generation shook his head. No, I didn't mean to make fun of Lord Long. I just mentioned this on purpose so that Lord Long won't be too surprised by what I said. Because I think Lord Long, who has seen that kind of power, can understand something. Long Shirua was stunned. She lowered her head and pondered for a while. Suddenly, her face changed slightly. Plainclothes Dao, is it related to that place? The founder of the Plainclothes Dao actually didn't know anything about feng shui divination. Heaven's Will 70th generation slowly said, in fact, all feng shui divination was researched by the later generations, step by step. The successors of the Plainclothes Dao only had two kinds of abilities, the most basic abilities, Heaven's Eye and Heaven's Will. But in fact, Heaven's Eye and Heaven's Will were not created by the Plainclothes Dao. They were obtained from other places by the first person of the Plainclothes Dao. Long Shirua frowned. Legend has it that the Plainclothes Dao has Heaven's Eye and Heaven's Will. Heaven's I can see through the essence of things, and Heaven's Will can see the past, present, and future. Heaven's Eye is still okay, but Heaven's Will can see the future? How much did the first person of the Plainclothes Dao pay to obtain this kind of ability from the hands of that profiteer? Profiteer? Heaven's Will 70th generation said in surprise. Although I didn't come into contact with it personally, but according to the sect's secret records, it was mentioned that place is a fair trade and never forced. It can even be said that the person who bought it is forced to pay more. Since that's the case, how can he be called a profiteer? Anyway, you don't have to care. Long Shirua snorted coldly. I'm not here to discuss whether that fellow is a profiteer or not. Heaven's Will 70th generation shook his head, not intending to argue. Long Shirua inherited the power of Shinryu from Kelowna, but most of the time it was just that Long Shirua's words were unpleasant to hear. Almost the entire Kelowna Taoist and monster realm knew this. But in fact, this should be something to be happy about, at least. This Shinryu who controlled Kelowna's most powerful power only had a sharp tongue and not a heart of steel. Let's talk about you. Long Shirua controlled her temper and asked with a frown, you said that Heaven's Eye and Heaven's were obtained from that place? That place already existed 2,000 years ago? In fact, I don't know how long that place has existed for. Heaven's Will 70th generation said, our sect's secret scrolls have very little information about that place, and most of it is just our own guess. Long Shirua shook her head. You purposely led me into the Wangui Pagoda to meet you just to tell me this? Lord Long, do you know where this place is? Penglai. Long Shirua said with uncertainty. This place repeatedly appeared in her inherited memories, but there seemed to be some slight differences, so she was not sure. To be precise, this place is called Penglai Treasury. Heaven's Will 70th generation said seriously. Penglai Treasury is modeled after the current Penglai. Moreover, the foundation of Penglai Treasury is Penglai, and the real Penglai has already died. Speak clearly. Long Shirua was able to keep her composure. I don't know the exact reason. Heaven's Will 70th generation recalled. This is what the previous generation, which is Heaven's Will 69th generation, told me some of our sect's secrets are passed down by word of mouth every generation, and never left in the secret scrolls. Speaking of which, the matter of the long Shah came suddenly, and before I left, I did not have time to pass down this matter to my sect's disciples. If not, the current Heavens will 71st generation would not have done such a stupid thing, to actually open the Penglai treasury and trap Kelowna's Taoist and demon realm here. I'm afraid that the owner of this Penglai treasury has already been alerted. Saying this, Heavens will 70th generation paused, looked at Long Shirwa, and said seriously, Lord Long, the following matter is a secret of our plain-clothes sect. Now that the situation is serious, it is not the time to stick to the old rules. But I also hope that this matter is only known to Lord Long. Long Shirwa nodded. The owner of this Penglai treasury is not someone from Kelowna realm. Heavens will 70th generation said seriously. In fact, it is not someone from our world. It is very likely to be an invader from outside the realm. Outside the realm? It is said that there are many worlds outside the realm. Some are very similar to our world. Some are very different. Heavens will 70th generation said, I also do not know the exact number. In the sex warning, it only said that no matter what, the owner of the Penglai treasury cannot be awakened. Actually, the plain-clothes sect has always known about Penglai, or the entrance to the Penglai treasury, and also know how to open it. But these years, in order to comply with the sect's rules, every time during the Penglai conference, we would appear as sacrificial offerings to observe the entrance of the Penglai treasury, to see if there is a leak. Long Shirwa could not help but laugh coldly. No wonder you only let me know about this matter. I am afraid that if this matter was not leaked out, your coffin lid would be pried open. This Kelowna Dao and Yao realm, for the past 2,000 years, they've been deceived by your plain-clothes sect. Everyone says that Jianghu practitioners are actually Jianghu liars. These words are not wrong at all. Heavens will 70th generation pretended not to hear. The owner of the Penglai treasury is an invader from our world. We definitely cannot let it awaken. But there are immortals in Penglai. This caused countless people in both Dao and Yao realm to scramble like ducks. If not, this Penglai treasury would be opened by someone sooner or later. If the owner of this treasury were to awaken, I am afraid it would not be comparable to a dragon fiend calamity. I hope Lord Long can understand us. Then, should I give you a Kelowna Outstanding Contribution Award? And then praise your hard work? Lord Long, don't mock us anymore. Heavens will 70th generation laughed bitterly. But he also understood that his sect had deceived the Dao and Yao realms of Kelowna for a full 2,000 years. If it was anyone else who knew, they would probably explode with anger. For so many years, the plain-clothes sect had indeed received a lot of respect and courtesy from the Dao and Yao realms. One question. Long Shirwa's face darkened. If the owner of the Penglai treasury is an invader from outside, then how does your plain-clothes sect know this, and even know about Penglai and the Penglai treasury? Naturally, it is because the founder of the plain-clothes sect was also an invader from outside. Heavens will 70th generation said faintly, and back then, when he walked in the human world, he used the name Sufu. Chapter 1080. Sufu. Long Shirwa was surprised. The Sufu who found the elixir of immortality for the first emperor? Heaven's Heart's 70th generation nodded slowly. The secret that would only be revealed from the previous generation to the next generation was slowly being revealed at this moment. Sufu, or should I say Heaven Heart One, he came from the real Penglai. Sky Heart, 70th generation, said seriously, he was once a child under the real Penglai immortal. Back then, the owner of the Penglai treasury used some unknown method to kill the immortal of Penglai and took over Penglai. Using Penglai as the foundation, he created this Penglai treasury. The first generation of Tian Xian escaped, but from then on, he changed his name and roamed the world with the identity of Sufu. Later on, he was placed in an important position by the first emperor. As for the cloth sect, it was secretly formed by him during that period. No, something is wrong. Long Shirwa frowned and said, You said the owner of the Penglai treasury was an invader from the outside. I asked you how you knew, and you said this was information left by the founder of the cloth path, because this founder, Su Fu, also came from the outside, a world different from ours. And now you said he came from the real Penglai. Which one is the real one? Or could it be? It is as you think, Lord Long Heaven Heart 70 sighed. For thousands of years, the Penglai that Kelowna chased after also came from the outside, or rather, it came from a place higher than the outside. I don't understand. Long Shirua shook her head. Heaven Heart 70 said, Our cloth path believes that the world is not one, but is made up of countless similar worlds. You mean world fragments? Long Shirua frowned. Tion XN Generation 70 shook his head. It's not a world fragment, but a complete world. For example, in another time and space, there's also China, and there's also you, Lord Long, and there's also me. There's also China, and there's also other countries. It's just that their development may be completely different from ours. In fact, in that time and space, there's also you, Lord Long, but you don't exist as the true dragon of China. You might just be an ordinary person. Parallel space-time? You can say that. Heaven Heart 70 nodded. Actually, the theory of parallel space-time has been around for a long time, but in the past few decades, it has become popular in the mortal society. Then, Penglai? It may come from another space-time, but it is more likely that it is in a parallel space-time. Heaven Heart 70 paused, as if he was considering his words. After a while, he said, For the time being, let's call the world formed by many main worlds the Greater Thousand World, although I am not sure if it can be called that, but it seems to be the most appropriate. It seems that the word dimension has appeared in modern times, but I don't really understand the so-called dimension, so for the time being, let's call it the Greater Thousand World. He looked at Long Shirua. In the Greater Thousand World, it is known that there are countless you, me, and him. But you, me, and him are independent of each other. But there are some connections between each other. This is more like the possibility of development because of a fork in the road, because of different paths chosen. For example, if a person is faced with a choice, the right choice will lead to a good result, and the wrong choice will lead to a bad result. Then there will be a world with a good result, and a world with a bad result. In this way, there are two different worlds. 70 generations, according to what you said, that is already infinite. Time is infinite to begin with. Heaven Heart 70 smiled bitterly. My Linen Tao is good at calculation, but every generation can't find the limit of time even after spending their whole life. I'm afraid it is just a drop in the ocean. The changes in the world every moment, I'm afraid it is not something that can be seen through simple calculation. But we believe that in the Greater Thousand World, there is one thing, just like the truth. It is the essence, it is the origin. Everything is inseparable from it. Penglai, maybe this one. What do you mean? Once it becomes the one, it can be separated from the Greater Thousand World. Heavens will Generation 70 said. Becoming the one and only, the countless individuals in the Great Thousand World will thus be unified. Based on our cloth clothes paths conjecture, perhaps the deities and immortals we know of have already become the one and only. After unifying the countless me's in the Great Thousand World, they reached an even higher level. Higher? Tion XN Generation 70 frowned and said, Regarding this part, we have been researching for a long time, but we have never been able to come to a definite conclusion. In fact, even in my generation, we have only been able to deduce some vague traces. That is, the Great Thousand World might be a fragment of a certain place, something that was cut out. Our main world may be a fragment of a higher world. Long Shirua digested it for a while, then rubbed her forehead, shook her head, and said, Let's talk about this in the future, or back to the question now. Why did you ask me to come here? Heaven Heart 70 said, Heaven's Eye and Heaven's Heart were obtained by my founder from Penglai. But in fact, Heaven's Eye and Heaven's Heart were also obtained by the immortals of Penglai from that place. According to the first generation of Heaven's will, Every single individual who became a unique individual would automatically obtain the right to pursue the inheritance of that place. However, it seemed that in the entire process, one would need to go through countless tests. There was more than one unique individual, and it was not easy to stand out from the many others who had qualified. At least, the immortals of Penglai failed in such a competition. They were defeated by those who coveted them and finally died. No, that place already has a boss. What do you mean? It seems that when the rightful successor is still on the throne, the other qualified people can only obtain a lower level of power, or called it a substitute. Heavens, Will 70 frowned and said, but in reality it is very difficult for us to know what kind of form this is, unless, when we become the only one and unify countless eyes, perhaps we will be able to obtain some enlightenment. Long Shirwa shook her head. According to what you said, that is also after becoming the one and only. The owner of the Penglai treasury wants to wake up to become the one and only. The founder of your cloth sect was a child under the immortals of Penglai, and the immortals of Penglai died in a battle with the owner of the Penglai treasury, thus forming a grudge. I can understand the reason why the cloth sect has been guarding the Penglai treasury all these years, but in fact, whether the owner of the Penglai treasury wakes up or not is only because of the grudge between him and your cloth sect. It has nothing to do with Kelowna, right? Heaven Heart 70 said, what if the one and only way to become the one and only is to sacrifice everything in the world, whether it is Kelowna or outside of Kelowna? The main world we are in will become the only resource for the owner of the Penglai treasury to become the one and only resource. Sacrifice using the whole main world as the only resource to become the one and only resource. Subconsciously, Long Shirwa thought of that place, the place where everything could be bought, sacrificing the whole main world to become the one and only in the big wide world. It was hard for her to doubt Heaven Heart 70's words, because if it was that place, it was very likely that someone would spend everything in the main world to become the one and only. What should I do? Long Shirwa asked directly. Heaven's heart is not complete. Heaven Heart 70 said, from the very beginning, Heaven's heart was divided into two parts. The owner of the Penglai treasury has a part of Heaven's heart, which can let him know the development direction of the main world. That is to say, he can peek into the future. In this way, he can basically avoid the situation where he will fail. Only by taking away part of Heaven's heart from him and making him unable to see the future can we defeat him. Long Shirwa stared at Heaven Heart 70. You are really something. The owner of the Penglai treasury comes from outside the territory and can even kill the Penglai immortal who has become the one and only. You want me, a small Kelowna Shinryu, to stop him. You really think highly of me. Actually, it is not. Heaven Heart 70 said, the Penglai immortal seems to have suffered an irreversible injury in the process of fighting for the rightful successor of that place. His body became abnormally weak, which gave the owner of the Penglai treasury an opportunity. In fact, the owner of the Penglai treasury is also not well. He must have been seriously injured. Otherwise, my bypath would not have been able to guard the entrance and exit of the treasury all this time and be safe. Xiao Xingma. Long Shirwa suddenly said, is Xiao Xingma helping you? He also knows all of this? Tian Xen, the 70th generation, said, I only told him that there is an ancient devil sealed in this Penglai treasure vault. It must not be allowed to awaken. Otherwise, a calamity will befall Divine Prefecture. City Master Xiao is a warm-hearted person and immediately agreed to help me get the other part of Heaven's heart from the treasury. However, this Penglai treasury is full of danger. City Master Xiao alone might not be able to complete it. Lord Long, this is the reason why I let City Master Xiao send you into the 10,000 Ghost Pagoda. Long Shirwa suddenly sneered. That Xiao Xingma saved your lonely soul and used the 10,000 Ghost Pagoda to heal you. You are good, saying that the ancient demon wants to destroy the world and you tricked him. Your by path is really good. You casually talk nonsense and people believe it. Heaven Heart 70 could only say, City Master Xiao is also one of the pursuers of Peng Lai. If this is confessed, it will inevitably involve the things that the Bai Path has done in the past few years. Right now, the cloth sect is in imminent danger because of the 71st generation's outrageous acts. If we really want to be exposed this time, Lord Long, although I only have a wisp of remnant soul left, I still took over the position of Heaven's Heart, 71st generation. I don't want the sect's legacy to be severed like this. Besides, if the owner of Peng Lai Treasury wants to become the only one, he does need to sacrifice the whole world. This is also a fact. It is not nonsense to say that he is a demon and wants to destroy the world. Long Shua still sneered. But can you just tell me? Heaven Heart 70 said seriously, Lord Long only cares about the balance of Kelowna. Taking a step back, does Lord Long really want to see the current Peng Lai and the Taoist and demon realm reach Peng Lai? The current generation is the generation of People Tao. As the embodiment of Kelowna's dragon vein, you should know better than anyone. Once the Taoist and demon realm recovers, it is equal to going against the fate of Kelowna. For you, what benefits do you have? Why not let Peng Lai become a legend and give the Taoist and demon realm an unreachable but persistent dream? Let them have fantasies and not be completely demonic? I think Lord Long should know more about the art of equalization than I do. What a charlatan! What a charlatan! What a great charlatan! Long Shirwa snorted, standing up and leaving in a huff. Lord Long, Heaven Heart 70 hurriedly stood up. Still not letting Xiao Xingma let me out? Long Shirwa turned back, saying angrily, Do you want me to break this broken tower by myself? I won't pay for it. Heaven Heart 70 let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that he agreed. Passing through the clouds, everything looked hazy in the misty clouds. Zhuifeng was actually tired of this aimless climbing. Brother Mo Xiaofei was in front without saying anything. However, as they climbed higher and got closer to the peak of this huge mountain, Brother Mo Xiaofei emitted a kind of aura that made Zhuifeng uncomfortable. It was like a tumbling sea with stormy waves, but his expression became calmer. Anger. Wind-chasing wolf could feel the anger from Brother Mo Xiaofei as if it was real. On the winding mountain road, the huge rocks turned into dust the moment Brother Mo Xiaofei walked past. The surrounding clouds were stirred up crazily, as if there was a demon dragon stirring up trouble in the sea of clouds. Zhuifeng swallowed his saliva subconsciously. At this moment, he had to use Greedy Wolf's supernatural power to barely keep up with the pace of Brother Mo Xiaofei. This road became extremely long, and it was deathly silent all the way. Zhuifeng even forgot about the world. He didn't know how long he had been climbing, but he felt all the pressure disappeared in an instant. However, in a split second, an even greater anger erupted from Brother Mo Xiaofei, like a volcanic eruption. The surrounding clouds were tumbling violently at this moment. It was actually the sound of thunder and lightning. Zhuifeng raised his head abruptly. Brother Mo Xiaofei had stopped at this moment. They had unknowingly walked to the peak of this huge mountain. Gazing into the distance, they saw a majestic palace in front of them, resplendent and magnificent. Mo Xiaofei roared angrily at this moment. His body rushed up to the sky and crashed into the huge, majestic palace. Brother? Zhuifeng screamed in horror. He had to catch up with him hurriedly. Mo Xiaofei passed through the gate of this majestic palace. The entrance was as huge as the gate of heaven. People here were as humble as ants. A gust of wind blew all the way into the depths of this majestic palace. In the end, Mo Xiaofei stepped into the depths of the majestic palace. A loud noise came from the place where Mo Xiaofei stepped on. At the same time, the entire palace trembled slightly. Right in front of Mo Xiaofei, there was a huge bright crystal. In this crystal, a figure with disheveled hair could be vaguely seen. Zhuifeng focused his vision and saw that the person in the crystal was missing a left wrist. Brother, who's this? Chapter 1081. The Jianlu sword was invincible. The combat type Gaia was like a stationary target in front of it. When Taisetsu easily cut open a combat type Gaia, he couldn't help but stop because of this deep sense of dissonance. However, the 100 Tribulations Taoist and Wang, who didn't have time to think too much about Taisetsu's problem, after sending off the bureau and Song Jinshui, they immediately rushed to other places. This time, the main executor of the service that the 100 Tribulations Taoist had bought was obviously Taisetsu. The amount that the 100 Tribulations Taoist could pay was not enough to ask the boss to do it personally. However, Taisetsu was also very efficient. For example, he immediately found a few more survivors and sent them out one by one. Now, the person he met was a demon. This demon did not belong to the 4 heavenly spirit clans. He was a pheasant demon and called himself Daffy. He had always been a loner, but his strength was not weak. Among the demons, he was also a senior great demon. Relying on his special ability, he survived that disaster. Under Huang Baifu's persuasion, Daffy agreed and left the Penglai treasure vault through the emergency exit. I didn't expect so many to survive. After sending this demon away, the 100 Tribulations Taoist suddenly had a relieved smile on his face. He originally thought that apart from himself and the people from Mingtu Mountain, there wouldn't be many survivors. Apart from Tsang Jinshui and the others, we only found a total of 5. Wang, who laughed bitterly, he didn't know what the 100 Tribulations Taoist meant by many, but he felt that this many was filled with a kind of bitterness. 100 Tribulations Taoist, the rescue target in the contract, is no longer outside. Taisetsu suddenly walked over. Boss asked me to tell you that the rest are there. Taisetsu pointed at the towering mountain in front of them. Boss is waiting for us there. Actually, how could the 100 Tribulations Taoist not know that there might not be more survivors? After all, he was the one who buried the dead Taoists and demons with his own hands. Back when Yulongzhu moved everyone to the Penglai treasure vault, the 100 Tribulations Taoist already had an idea of how many were left. He only needed to compare them with the ones he had buried personally to figure out how many were left. There is no time to lose. The 100 Tribulations Taoist didn't give himself any time to feel melancholy. He said seriously, Mr. Taisetsu, let's go and meet with Boss Luo now. Okay. Taisetsu nodded. Just as he was about to leave, he saw Wang, who suddenly frowned, and his expression became a little strange. Taisetsu couldn't help but ask curiously, Brother Wang Hu, what happened to you? However, Wang Hu merely touched his abdomen. Then he shook his head in confusion and said, Nothing. Maybe I'm just hungry. Oh, I still have some vermilion fruits. Do you want some? Taisetsu blinked. No, thanks. Wang, who shook his head. He just felt that his stomach was suddenly stirred and then calmed down. Let's get down to business first. In fact, according to the service content of the deal with the club, there was another operation. Actually, they could send everyone out together after finding them. However, the 100 Tribulations Taoist immediately gave up this idea after meeting Ling Feng and the others from the administration. The service content was to evacuate the Taoists in the Penglai treasure vault safely. That was to say, before the evacuation, the Taoists would be in a safe state. Following Boss Luo meant that they were safe. Unfortunately, although the Penglai treasure vault was extremely dangerous, it was a treasure vault as its name suggested. Treasures were everywhere, which could easily make people restless. The 100 Tribulations Taoist couldn't explain everything to everyone, so he could only send everyone away when he saw them. However, in fact, there were still some who had guessed part of the content and stayed. For example, the alien woman named Jessica and Yu Sanyang, who had changed her name to Chinchiu. They stayed with Luoqiu all the time. When the 100 Tribulations Taoist and Taisetsu walked around outside and sent away the scattered survivors and met with Luoqiu, Jessica and Chinchiu were still there. As for Su Zijuan, When Su Zijuan left, the 100 Tribulations Taoist and Wang Hu weren't there, so they didn't meet. The 100 Tribulations Taoist didn't know the existence of Su Zijuan. As for the alien woman named Jessica, the 100 Tribulations Taoist really wanted to ask Luoqiu why she was a Taoist and Taoist of Kelowna. However, this alien woman named Jessica seemed to have a close relationship with Boss Luo. At least in the 100 Tribulations Taoist's eyes, this Jessica didn't show much restraint when talking with Boss Luo. They seemed to be having a good conversation. As the saying goes, the older you get, the wiser you become. The 100 Tribulations Taoist easily noticed the unusual relationship between Jessica and this Boss Luo, so he didn't ask about Jessica's background. As for Qin Chiyu, well, this heavenly fox who had gotten rid of her monster body through the club hundreds of years ago, even if she didn't buy the service content, she would probably be fine. Boss Luo, the 100 Tribulations Taoist, walked over quickly. Have you confirmed that there are no other survivors of Taoist and Taoist world outside? Elder, shouldn't you know better? Luoqiu answered with a smile. 100 Tribulations Taoist knew that the other party was talking about the fact that he had personally buried the corpses of the elites of the Taoist and demon world. 100 Tribulations Taoist immediately sighed. I heard from Mr. Des that the only one left is in that mountain. Yes, almost all of them are there. Luoqiu raised his head and looked up. But at this moment, the earth suddenly shook. The line of sight was moving up and down rapidly because of the shaking. The surface of the huge mountain in front of them suddenly cracked open and fell down from the mountain. What the hell? The 100 Tribulations Taoist was startled. He felt that something terrible was brewing in that mountain. At the same time, the clouds in the sky changed color, as if a dragon was stirring in the clouds. Elder, Taisetsu will follow up with the rescue. Don't worry, Luoqiu suddenly said. Then, I'm sorry that I can't follow you all the way. Boss Luo? The 100 Tribulations Taoist frowned at once, but Luoqiu ignored him. He walked straight to Jessica and said in a low voice, Are you following the 100 Tribulations Taoist or me? Facing Luoqiu's question, Jessica was stunned at first, but then she answered without thinking, Of course it's you. Su Zijuan didn't ask much of Jessica. She just didn't want her to die. As a position, Jessica estimated that, facing such a choice, Su Zijuan would choose to go with Luoqiu without hesitation. Miss Jessica, please come to my side, Miss Maid said to Jessica with a faint smile. After that, Luoqiu looked at Qin Chiyu and asked, Miss Qin, how about you? Qin Chiyu didn't say anything, but walked straight to Miss Maid. Then the 100 Tribulations Taoist and Luoqiu separated again. A light covered Luoqiu, Yu Yi, Jessica, and Qin Chiyu, taking them to fly away in a flash towards the top of that mountain. President 100 Tribulations, although I don't know what happened, I have a feeling that something is going to happen. Wang Hu frowned. The most important thing for us now is to evacuate people. Indeed. 100 Tribulations Taoist nodded, looking at Taisetsu. Please, Mr. Taisetsu. Taisetsu shrugged. Don't mention it. It's just a job. We'll charge you. After saying that, Taisetsu took the lead to walk forward, followed by the 100 Tribulations Taoist and Wang Hu. In the Myriad Essence pool, the battle-type Gaia was paying attention to the many monitors in front of it, including the progress of the special combat-type Valkyrie Gaia that was being printed in the Myriad Essence pool. Completion, 78%. Intruder detected. This combat-type Gaia brought up 4 different screens at the same time. On each of the screens, there were 4 different people. On one of the screens, a gloomy man was driving a carriage pulled by a black bull. It was Xiao Xingmo. On the other screen, there was a group of people who were moving forward cautiously. They were the people from Mingtu Mountain. As for the third set of images, there was only one girl. She was currently outside the behemoth that was buried deep underground. When the image was focused on the girl, she was ruthlessly thrusting her hand into the surface of the metal tower. Then, she lifted the metal plate on the surface and barged in with brute force. The fourth screen was Jiang Zhuo, Gong Sanwoo, and the charming girl who had escaped from the protective space. Detecting unregistered species cleaning. Lesia's internal defense system activated. Detecting 3 subscribers detecting behavior. Subscribers' abnormal behavior. Advising, the new batch of battle-type Gaias didn't go out through the gap. Instead, they rushed out of the metal door in front. The power of Gong Sanwoo's fist was terrifying. Every punch broke the metal wall that blocked the way. It even reminded Jiang Zhuo of Huang Baifu's fist. Jiang Zhuo wondered how Gong Sanwoo's fist compared to Huang Baifu's, who is known as the strongest tiger among the 4 spirit clans. Phew, it feels so good. Gong Sanwoo rotated his arms and loosened his neck, making the sound of bones cracking. I'm finally free after being trapped in that damned place. Even so, don't destroy it casually, Senior. Jiang Zhuo didn't have the strength to complain. He finally realized that these 2 seniors had a strange way of thinking, and their personalities were hard to grasp, so he had to be careful not to say anything wrong. But he still had to remind him, Senior Gong San, why don't we keep a low profile? It'll be bad if we attract Gaia here. Unexpectedly, Gong Sanwoo laughed and said, Kid, you shouldn't know, right? Those Gaias were basically massacred by Taibai, so this place is like an empty city. Jiang Zhuo had to remind him again, but Gaia is being printed in the myriad essence pool, and we don't know how many have been produced. It's okay. Gong Sanwoo smiled and said, although the attack of these things is frighteningly high, it's actually not very strong. Unless it's a big guy, ordinary people will just die no matter how many of them there are. Big guy? Jiang Zhuo couldn't help but be stunned. After leaving the protected space, he had no way of knowing the situation in the myriad essence pool room. I think it's called Wa something class. The name is too hard to remember. Huh? But it seemed that when one's luck was bad, it was completely unreasonable. At this time, a Gaia appeared directly in front of Jiang Zhuo. Discovered, looking at the battle-type Gaia floating in the middle of the passage. Gong Sanwoo frowned directly. Warning, dear subscriber, please return to the protected space to ensure your safety. At this time, Jiang Zhuo subconsciously looked at Gong Sanwoo and the charming woman beside him, and found that these 2 seniors seemed to be indifferent to Gaia's warning. Warning, dear subscriber, please return to the protected space to ensure your safety. Okay. At this time, Gong Sanwoo was expressionless as he nodded and agreed directly. Then he walked in front of the Gaia and said directly, Lead the way, I forgot the way back. Confirm. However, the moment Gaia turned around, Gong Sanwoo suddenly jumped up and punched the back of the battle-type Gaia's head. The power of this punch was indeed amazing. With one punch, the battle-type Gaia's head was instantly blown apart. The Gaia's body exploded instantly after its head exploded, and there was a sudden gust of wind in the passage. At this time, Gong Sanwoo turned around and laughed loudly. See, I told you it's easy to kill. So powerful. Jiang Zhuo swallowed his saliva. Damn it. So shameless. Warning, dear subscriber, please stop your illegal acts of destruction and return to the protected space. Otherwise, you will be judged as a criminal. Your subscriber qualification will be revoked, and you will be eliminated. However, at this time, another Gaia flew into the passage. Not only one, but 2 more followed, making a total of 3. Warning, so annoying. But before the Gaia finished its warning, its head was directly twisted off by Gong Sanwoo. He directly threw the head of the Gaia on the ground, and then laughed sinisterly. I finally came out, and I will never go back to that damned place. You puppets, die for me. Facing Gong Sanwoo's fist, the remaining 2 Gaias reacted instantly and entered battle mode. The passage instantly became a fierce battlefield. Don't worry too much. Wua is a brute. If he can solve something with his fist, he he will never use his brain. At this time, the charming woman looked at the worried Jiang Zhuo and smiled slightly. Moreover, don't you think this is a good opportunity? Opportunity. Jiang Zhuo was shocked. At this time, the charming woman smiled and said, "This place is basically under the management of these Gaias. Previously, when Tai Bai made a big fuss, it basically put this place in a state of stagnation. That's right, the so-called universal can indeed continuously produce Gaias, but it also needs time. And most importantly, the one operating it should be the one that you accidentally activated. So as long as this Gaia is destroyed, these puppets will not continue to be produced." Then, Jiang Zhuo suddenly understood the charming woman's meaning. At this time, he heard the woman squinting at him and said, "Is there a need to say? Gongsun and I have been trapped here for 500 years. 500 years, we have lost too much, so naturally we have to take back the capital with interest. Senior, I have a feeling that this matter is not so simple." Jiang Zhuo shook his head. He didn't know whether this woman and Gong Sanhua had such an idea because of their superior ability or because they knew something else. But Jiang Zhuo clearly felt the gap between this place and the outside civilization, and he had a feeling that this place was not so simple that only a broken artificial intelligence was left to manage it. As the saying goes, wealth comes from danger, the charming woman suddenly said. The higher the risk, the higher the reward. Junior, if this place could be captured so easily, then it wouldn't be valuable. Although that is true. Jiang Zhuo frowned. But I have a feeling that such a rash advance is contrary to the nature of a Taoist. Shouldn't a Taoist abandon the mentality of seeking wealth and risk? Isn't it better to be safe? Junior, what are you talking about? At this moment, Gong Sanhua turned around. No one knew when the battle had ended. At this time, Gong Sanhua's hands were holding two Gaia's heads, one in each hand, and laughed grimly. Did you make a mistake? We were demons that everyone wanted to kill in the past. In the universal pool, for huge printing arms were operating crazily at this moment. The printed object was at least 7 meters tall. Special combat type, Valkyrie-class Gaia. Chapter 1082. Bang! Su Zijuan, who believed in simple, direct, and violent principles, punched on a wall of this huge metal lump. The metal plate quickly caved in after bearing the power of this punch. Finally, it couldn't bear the heavy burden and broke open a jagged gap. Su Zijuan frowned and walked in. This damn place was much bigger than she had imagined, and the metal used to build it was unexpectedly hard. However, she finally succeeded in breaking into this place. Su Zijuan looked around. Undoubtedly, the internal structure of this place was very complicated. However, when Su Zijuan was about to move forward, some strange boxes quickly appeared beside her. The boxes floated in the air. Unknowingly, dozens of boxes had gathered around Su Zijuan. Suddenly, these metal boxes, which were only the size of 2 fists, split open from the middle. A red bead was exposed in the middle of the split. The bead flashed instantly, and a red light rapidly shot out from the bead. A large amount of flames appeared around Su Zijuan because of the light beam. These dozens of metal boxes were crazily attacking at this moment. After more than 10 seconds, these intensive attacks stopped. When the flames dispersed, Su Zijuan stood there with cold eyes. Beside her, there was a clenched huge palm made of demon power. This palm clenched tightly, blocking all the attacks of the metal boxes outside. Dozens of metal boxes flew around Su Zijuan again, and soon changed their formation. A new round of attacks seemed to be about to begin. TSK, I originally wanted to save some strength. Su Zijuan snorted. Since I've been discovered, then I'll be more violent. The huge palm made of demon power suddenly stretched out from Su Zijuan's side and directly pushed out like a torrent. The metal boxes in front of it exploded, and at the same time the metal wall in front of the passage was also directly broken by this palm. Su Zijuan chuckled and chose to directly rush in. At the same time, unlike a certain rich girl, This trip to the Mingta Mountain was obviously much more difficult. The beam of light released by the sudden appearance of the metal box pierced through the shoulder of one of the survivors from the Tao Association. The tremendous power caused this member of the Tao Association, who was an elite disciple of a certain sect, to lose his arm from his body. Although these metal boxes could release powerful light beams, it wasn't difficult to destroy them. After working together to clear this wave of metal boxes, they thought the crisis was over. But unexpectedly, there were more than dozens of metal boxes. The walls began to open, and rows of metal boxes appeared in front of the eyes of the Mingta Mountain, Immortal Huanyan, and the others, making them all gasped. This forced them to jump up and down, wondering if it was the right choice to sneak into this place. However, the metal boxes chasing behind them didn't leave them any time to discuss. Damn it, we should go out first. If we continue to go deeper, I'm afraid we'll run into greater dangers. It was not easy for them to escape. They thought that they could find a way to leave by exploring the edges of the underground, but they did not expect to barge into this mysterious place. Seeing that this place was also extremely dangerous, the survival team really did not have the mood to continue exploring this colossus. However, this huge thing was as complicated as a maze, and with the weird and terrifying metal boxes chasing behind them, Immortal Huanyan, and the others had long lost the way to enter this place. They couldn't even tell whether they were approaching the outside of this huge thing or going deeper into it. The member of the Taoist Association whose arm was broken at the beginning had lost a lot of blood, even though the wound had been sealed with a special technique. Right now, his face was pale, and he was faintly exhausted. Hang in there. It's not easy to get here. Don't give up. Immortal Huanyan could only hurriedly encourage them. Don't let President Baijia's sacrifice go to waste. In their opinion, Baijia Taoist master, who had returned alone to look for survivors, was probably dead without any news after such a long time. Over here, everyone. At this moment, among the surviving Taoist and demon team, a demon suddenly inserted his hands into the floor of the tunnel and lifted up a huge metal plate, blocking most of the tunnel. The metal boxes didn't hesitate to blow up the metal plate, blocking the way. However, Immortal Huanyan and the others were nowhere to be seen in the tunnel after the explosion. These metal boxes flashed a few times and then began to disperse in the surrounding tunnels. At this moment, somewhere in this complicated tunnel, in a room with a small gap that wasn't completely closed, Immortal Huanyan and the others carefully concealed their presence. They're gone for now. They slowly heaved a sigh of relief, and only now did they remember to size up this temporary hiding place. They didn't know how long they could hide in this place, and they were extremely worried. And right before their eyes, the hiding place appeared incomparably strange. At the very least, for this survival team, everything in this room was extremely shocking. Rows of huge circular glass tubes were neatly arranged in this room. The room was dim, and they couldn't see the area of this place. They began to approach these densely packed glass tubes and found that there was a pedestal-like thing under the tubes, and the tubes were filled with some kind of liquid. Some of the glass tubes had nothing but liquid, but some were soaked in things, or in other words, some creatures. Some had the head of a human and the body of a snake. Some were covered with fish scales. Some were strange birds. Some were walking beasts. While dazzling, they also inexplicably felt a bone-chilling coldness. These things stored in the tubes didn't show any signs of life, just like specimens. Gradually, they walked past the huge tubes one by one, and the more they saw, the more frightened they became. At this moment, Immortal Huanyan let out a cry of surprise and stopped. The others had no choice but to stop with Immortal Huanyan and looked at the tube that Immortal Huanyan was looking at. Inside the tube was a naked male. His chest was rising and falling slightly, clearly different from the strange specimens in the other tubes. At least it proved that this male was alive. But this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was they recognized the male in the tube. Flamestream. This was the Vermilion Bird clan member who was knocked unconscious by Chu Xinghe before the tragedy of Team Annihilation happened. Why is he here? Immortal Huanyang couldn't help but frown. Was he captured and brought to this place? Immortal Huanyang seemed to have guessed the truth and said with a solemn expression, "This place is extremely strange, and the creature in the tube is unheard of. Was this vermilion bird clan member captured and brought here for some experiment? No matter what, let's save him first," Immortal Huanyang said with a serious expression. "Maybe he knows something." Immortal Huanyang didn't object. But this tube looked like glass, but it was different from normal glass, and Immortal Huanyang spent a lot of effort to cut this tube open. The liquid instantly flowed out from the opening, and flame stream in the tube was also washed out by the liquid. Immortal Huanyang hurriedly checked flame stream, but when his hand touched flame stream's arm, he was surprised. Why is his body so cold? The Vermilion Bird clan's attribute was fire, so they should be full of fire energy. Immortal Huanyang had never seen a Vermilion Bird clan member with such a cold body. "Elder Ming, check this guy's injuries," Immortal Huanyang said. "We'll check the situation here." Immortal Huanyang nodded, and the group split up. Some continued to explore this huge room, and some walked to the entrance, paying attention to the movements of the metal tubes outside. In the passageway, 3 of the 4 Gaiyans were killed by Gong Sanwu's fists. As for the 4th Gaiyan, he was cut into countless pieces for some reason when he approached the charming woman. What Jiang Zui could see was the charming woman's faint smile and cold-blooded appearance. Along the way, the number of Gaiyas who died in the hands of the 2 seniors who called themselves Great Devils from 500 years ago was close to 40. But this also confirmed what the 2 Great Devils said before. These Gaiyas were no threat to them. However, Jiang Zui had a strange feeling. These 2 seniors seemed to be very familiar with the structure of this place. They seemed to be rushing around randomly, but Jiang Zui had a feeling that they were going deeper and deeper. When they faced the fork, they didn't hesitate at all. They seemed to have a strong purpose. Seeing this small group of Gaiyas being destroyed, Jiang Zui couldn't help but ask, "Seniors, you seem to be very familiar with this place?" The charming woman turned around and smiled. "If you were trapped for a few years, you could only observe to pass the time when you were bored. Even if you memorized the map, you could memorize it." Jiang Zui blinked. Gong Sanwa said directly, "When you were trapped, didn't you know that you could see the situation outside through the light curtain? The light curtain can be adjusted. When Fan Xing and I were bored, we kept observing this place, so we roughly know the structure of this place." Then, "Oh, so this coquettish female devil's name is Fan Xing?" The charming woman, Fan Xing, said, "It's very simple. When we were exploring, we found that there were several places that we couldn't see. They seemed to be protected. So, these places must be important places. Maybe we can find something from them. This direction leads to the nearest place that we couldn't explore at that time." Jiang Zui had a feeling that things wouldn't go so smoothly, but the 2 seniors were terrifyingly powerful. Jiang Zui trembled all the way and could only agree with Gong Sanwua and Fan Xing. They talked about how to stay safely beside the 2 devils, but in fact the development of things was far beyond Jiang Zui's imagination. Things were unexpectedly smooth, super smooth. The 3 of them soon arrived at the so-called relatively close place. Without a word, Gong Sanwua used the simplest method to break in. He didn't care that he would cause a huge commotion and attract Gaia's attack. But later, Jiang Zui thought about it. Perhaps their movements were always under Gaia's control. Otherwise, those Gaias wouldn't have come to their door one after another. Thinking about it this way, there seemed to be no need to hide it. "Wua, is there anything good in there?" At this time, Fan Xing shouted to the inside. Gong Sanwua was standing at the gap of the broken metal door, blocking their view. "Bad luck. There's nothing in this damn place." Gong Sanwua shook his head and stepped aside, letting Fan Xing and Jiang Zui in at the same time. In front of them was pure white, empty and simple. There were only a few things in the middle. A pedestal, a cylinder that seemed to be used as a control, and a crystal pillar connected to the pedestal. Is there something in the pillar? Jiang Zhu furrowed his brows, trying to get a clearer view as he approached the crystal pillar. Gong Sanhua and Fan Xing also approached at the same time. It seems to be a dog. Gong Sanhua stood in front of the crystal pillar, looking at it carefully. Is this dog made of iron? The three of them continued to size up the dog inside the crystal pillar. They found that the metal dog inside the crystal pillar was very strange. Its eyes were wide open, and it seemed to be alive. Its mouth was slightly open, and it had a confused look on its face. It seemed to know something. Gong Sanhua knocked on the crystal pillar casually, frowning. Old dog, what are you looking at? Do you know me? I don't. But before he could finish his words, the metal dog in the crystal pillar suddenly covered its mouth with its paws, looking frightened. Oh, this weird dog can talk. Fan Xing looked at it with interest, then reached out and touched the crystal pillar. At this moment, the crystal pillar was broken into pieces. The moment the crystal pillar was broken, the trapped metal dog rushed out without saying a word. But it was caught by Gong Sanhua before it could get out completely. What did you say? Me. Gong Sanhua held the metal dog in front of his eyes. The metal dog covered its mouth in panic, kicking its hind legs in the air, trembling. This metal dog seems to know something. Jiang Zhu muttered, Seniors, since this weird dog is trapped in this secret place, it must be closely related to this place. We can't let it go. But it doesn't seem to talk. Gong Sanhua frowned, then threw the metal dog on the pure white floor. The metal dog's joints made a whining sound. Gong Sanhua stepped on the metal dog's abdomen with a little force. Old dog, answer me. What are you doing here? What do you know? If you don't talk, don't blame me for melting you. Metal dog. Tai Yinzi was shivering at this moment, and he was wailing in his heart. Oh my God! Gong Sanhua, Gong Fanqing. Why are these two devils here? Didn't these two fellows get hunted down by Master for 3 years? Didn't they finally die? I can't let them know that I'm Huanjin Dao's disciple. Still not talking? Gong Sanhua snorted, lifting his leg slightly. Taiyinzi was frightened. Don't step on the egg. I'll tell you. But Gong Sanhua stepped on it. Oh, I couldn't control myself. Woof. Taiyinzi dead. Special Combat Type Valkyrie Gaia. Chapter 1083. Pawn. Of course, it wasn't that easy. This was a body made entirely of metal. Although it was a dog, it was indeed made of metal. Even Taiyinzi couldn't feel pain. The reason why he let out such a miserable cry was because of the mental impact brought by the kick. This made Taiyinzi start to doubt his life. Since entering the Penglai treasure house, it seemed that nothing went smoothly. What's the matter with this old dog? Gong Sanhua lifted the metal dog again. He found that the metal dog's expression was surprisingly rich. From the panic at the beginning to the desperate look now, it was so vivid. Gong Sanhua shook his head casually, only to find that the old metal dog was no longer angry. Then, no matter how dangerous Gong Sanhua was and how he stepped on the old metal dog several times, the old metal dog didn't make a sound, as if it had become stupid. Don't waste time on this weird dog. Gong Fanqing shook her head at this time. There are still several secret areas. Let's go and have a look first. Gong Sanhua nodded, throwing the metal dog to Jiang Zhu. Jiang Zhu caught the metal dog and hugged it in his arms. He grabbed the back of the metal dog and pulled it open curiously. Then he fiddled with it. He found that the metal dog's expression was indeed like an empty shell. He clicked his tongue in wonder. At this time, the metal dog's eyes slowly moved to Jiang Zhu's face. They looked at each other for a moment, and then slowly lowered its head, looking at its hind leg, which was caught by Jiang Zhu. It always felt that it had lost something. At this time, a certain soul in the metal dog would rather die in the hands of the newly resurrected Count Decria. It really wanted to die inside the Lesia in the inner layer of the huge, rotating metal pillar in the center, there was a transport pipe leading to the top. In the transport pipe, Count Decria was sitting on the lift, trying to suppress the irritation in his heart. He looked at a screen projected in front of him, his fingers constantly tapping the guardrail of the lift. What is this idiot trying to do? Count Decria spoke in a low and furious voice. Over the years, I've actually used up 60% of the essence produced by the myriad essence, Mother Mine. A quarter of Lesia's energy reserve has been used up. Answer: this is the standard amount used to produce the highest configuration, Valkyrie Gaia. The probationary model, next to the Count, answered expressionlessly. The Count's heart was very conflicted after his body was remolded. The Valkyrie in the pool of myriad elements had started to produce, and it had been a long time since then. At this time, even if it stopped production, it would only cause the production to be stuck. Once the Wan Su that had been put into production was set, it would be very difficult to disperse it and let it return to its Wan Su state. Therefore, stopping the printing of the Valkyrie would be equivalent to completely wasting this portion of the 10,000 essences in the short term. If that was the case, Decria held on tightly, but he was unwilling to give up, so he could only brace himself and not allow the trial model to intervene and stop the operation. However, the Count needed to log in to the mainframe before the printing of the Valkyrie was completed. Otherwise, with the authority of the trial model, he wouldn't be able to command the Valkyrie. The Valkyrie would automatically operate according to its own intelligence. Looking at the situation, it would probably directly carry out an annihilation operation. Forget it, let's just waste it. Count Decria shook his head. As long as I succeed in seizing the authority of the Penglai Immortal, it will all return. Moreover, if I can replace the origin agent after it matures. The Count didn't even dare to think that such a good thing would actually happen to him after he woke up. A newly appointed origin agent actually appeared in this primitive prime world. If those who had already obtained the origin authority knew about this, they would probably be angered to death. But why would the origin agent suddenly change to a new one? However, after this crazy thought cooled down, Count Decria gradually sensed that something was wrong. His consciousness and thoughts had gone through a long period of frozen sleep. After waking up, he needed a short period of time to recover. Along with the recovery of his consciousness and thoughts, the Count felt that something was amiss. This was especially so due to the current rate of foreign energy in his body, which was an extremely odd point. Even if the trial model had degenerated to the lowest level of intelligence, it could have just followed the hidden instructions and sent a black soul envoy to him to change his body. However, the original contract clearly stated that he needed a high-level black soul envoy, so it shouldn't have sent such a trash black soul envoy. The contents of the contract definitely could have done so. The spirit of the contract wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Most importantly, after he went into hibernation, he had already closed the Penglai treasury so that no accidents would occur in the treasury during this specific period of time. However, from the memories of the trial model, the treasury had already been opened and almost all of the combat model Gaias had been lost, including a Valkyrie. The remaining trial model's intelligence had even degenerated. I keep feeling that something is wrong. The more Count Decria thought about it, the stranger he felt. At that moment, the elevator abruptly stopped and opened up. Ahead was a metal bridge that led directly to the center of the rotating metal pillar of the Lesia. Here, he discovered that the huge metal pillar that connected the Lesia wasn't completely connected. It was split into two, and at the intersection point, there was a huge sphere that connected the two parts. Count Decria directly walked onto the metal bridge that led to the sphere. For the current him, even if he felt that something was wrong, he couldn't stop and do what he needed to do. He had to regain the highest authority of the Decria, because at that moment he was only left with his transplanted consciousness. Apart from that, he had nothing else. Fortunately, there was still a trial model left behind. Because of the existence of hidden commands, he could still control it. Otherwise, Count Decria wouldn't have been able to revive even if the highest level Black Soul emissary was sent over. As he walked, he looked at the brocade box in his hand. Inside was a section of Immortal Punglai's hand bone. He remembered that when he ambushed Immortal Punglai's body should have been complete. However, at this moment, the prototype Gaia behind him suddenly stopped and looked down at the metal bridge. Count Decria was startled, frowning at the same time. A green light gradually intensified below, accompanied by a strange beastly roar. An ancient transportation tool that Count Decria couldn't find in the Eternal Kingdom Research Institute's library quickly became clear. A carriage pulled by a black bull. On the carriage, there was a thin man with a gloomy expression. Xiao Xingma. The man quickly drove the carriage and landed on the huge metal bridge, blocking Count Decria's path. Count Decria furrowed his brows. Clearly, he didn't expect an uninvited guest to this place. As for Xiao Xingma, who was driving the carriage, he was also astonished to encounter Count Decria and the prototype Gaia. Get rid of him. Count Decria waved his hand. The completion of the Valkyrie class was imminent. He didn't want to waste any time. Understood. The hidden command was of utmost importance. The trial model Gaia charged out, its purple skirt fluttering on the metal bridge as it rapidly shrunk. Xiao Xingma's expression changed slightly. He didn't have time to speak and hurriedly drove the carriage into the sky. At that moment, the trial model Gaia waved its arm and a huge lightning ball with a diameter of 1 meter shot up from the bottom of the carriage, directly hitting the carriage. The black bulls pulling the carriage let out miserable cries and were instantly turned into black smoke under the might of the lightning ball. At that moment, a sinister wind spiraled up and swept Xiao Xingma several meters away. He held the 10,000 Ghosts Pagoda in one hand and looked over. But at that moment, the small pagoda in Xiao Xingma's hand suddenly trembled. The Ghost City's city lord couldn't help but frown as his mind raced. But at that moment, Count Decria didn't even turn his head as he walked towards the huge sphere at the end of the metal bridge. Xiao Xingma frowned and turned into a black wind, chasing after Count Decria. But the trial model Gaia was still carrying out Count Decria's orders. Behind the trial model Gaia, hundreds of lightning balls floated and formed a huge wall of lightning balls, blocking in front of Xiao Xingma. Facing the lightning power that was innately effective against ghosts, the Ghost City's city lord couldn't help but frown. Xiao Xingma snorted coldly, and the sinister wind swirled back, revealing his original form. He also brought out the 10,000 Ghosts Pagoda. Instantly, dense ghost energy rushed out of the 10,000 Ghosts Pagoda. Inside the ghost energy, tens of thousands of ghosts wailed, and countless ferocious ghosts burst out like a flood. Inside the flood of ghost energy, countless demons and monsters intertwined and devoured each other, terrifying and despairing. Bang! The flood of ghost energy and the lightning of trial model Gaia instantly expanded on the metal bridge. But the sinister and terrifying ghost energy couldn't break through the lightning by even half an inch. But Xiao Xingma didn't stop because of that. He suddenly raised his arm, and 7 more torrents of ghost energy burst out from the 10,000 Ghosts Pagoda. There were also countless vengeful ghosts in the torrents, and they fiercely pressed down on trial model Gaia from all directions. A large number of ghosts were annihilated the moment they collided with the lightning of trial model Gaia. This was the temporary state of trial model Gaia by consuming a large amount of energy. There were 100,000 ghost soldiers and ghost generals living in the 10,000 Ghosts Pagoda, and it also had the aura of the dead in Fengdu, Ghost City. It had a very deep foundation, but facing such a rapid consumption, the 10,000 Ghosts Pagoda wouldn't be able to last for long. Therefore, the city lord of the Ghost City shouted in a deep voice and brought out the 10,000 Ghosts Pagoda again. The 10,000 Ghosts Pagoda suddenly shot out a black light. This black light instantly shot through the gaps in the wall of lightning balls toward the back of Count Decria, who was approaching the huge sphere. Facing the danger, Count Decria calmly waved his hand and spread his fingers. The black light shot out from the myriad ghosts' pagoda was immediately blocked by a semicircle barrier. But at this moment, Count Decria felt an even greater crisis. His expression slightly changed, and he hastily looked up. Above him, a short old man appeared out of nowhere, holding a sharp sword with both hands and stabbing down vertically. Chichi Kamaya. Humph. Count Decria coldly snorted and fearlessly looked at Chichi Kamaya's sharp sword stabbing down. When the sword was about to pierce through Count Decria's forehead, it suddenly stopped. Chichi Kamaya was startled as he heard the sound of explosions coming from the tip of his sword. He couldn't move an inch forward, but his shock only lasted for a moment. Seeing that his attack didn't hit, Chichi Kamaya instantly jumped up without any hesitation. After that, Count Decria slightly narrowed his eyes, because behind him he felt an extremely strong sense of crisis. Behind him, several cold lights silently appeared. However, this rapid assassination attempt was ultimately blocked by Count Decria's mystical barrier. In the blink of an eye, a purple light flashed across the body of the prototype Gaia. A small figure actually escaped from its body in an instant. The figure that broke away quickly transformed into a brand new prototype Gaia. It instantly rushed to Count Decria's side and waved its hand like a saber, forcing the ambusher to retreat and leaving a deep wound on the ambusher's body. "Ghost baby!" Chichi Kamaya shouted. That sneak attacker jumped back in the air and finally landed beside Chichi Kamaya. Ghost baby's face was slightly pale, and there was a wound on his chest dripping with blood. "I'm fine." What a wonderful assassination. Count Decria's voice was filled with cold intent. "Unfortunately, your strength is too low." After saying that, Count Decria waved his hand once more. Once again, the prototype Gaia's doppelganger lowered its body and stuck close to the metal bridge's surface. With a thunderous momentum, it charged forward. Chichi Kamaya and Ghost Baby looked at each other and instantly jumped away before prototype Gaia's attack. Whether it's enough or not, we'll know after we try. A clear voice suddenly sounded. The instant Chichi Kamaya and Ghost Baby separated, a golden figure instantly rushed out and directly faced prototype Gaia's doppelganger. The moment this golden figure touched prototype Gaia's doppelganger, it directly shattered it. Then a fist landed on Count Decria's body. This instantaneous attack caused Count Decria to hurriedly raise his barrier, but his barrier only lasted for a moment before it was broken by the fist. The fist wasn't large, but it seemed to contain unparalleled strength. This fist finally landed solidly on Count Decria's chest. Count Decria's handsome face instantly contorted from the pain. His body was sent flying backwards and rolled on the metal bridge for a dozen meters before stopping. The fallen Count Decria coughed out a pool of black liquid. He raised his head and saw a golden figure blocking the path to the sphere. This energy rhythm. Count Decria staggered up as he sized up the figure with a gloomy expression. The golden light on the golden figure gradually faded. It was Kelowna, Shinryu Long Shiroa's created body. The creation body looked at Count Decria, who had wiped the black liquid from the corner of his mouth, and said with a frown, "You're the invader from the outer realms? You don't look like much, but—" The eyes of the created body locked onto the prototype Gaia. "This plaything is much more dangerous. Just a test subject." Count Decria said coldly, "At most, it's Punglai's inheritance. Gaia." Level 3 restriction lifted. Time limit 3 minutes. Behind, the prototype Gaia that was being suppressed by the ghostly aura suddenly moved. Understood. Her purple pupils instantly shrank. After that, a huge burst of energy broke through all of the ghostly chi. Xiao Xingma was shocked. After the ghostly aura was dispersed, Gaia disappeared without a trace. Behind, Long Shiroa's created body shouted at this time. Xiao Xingma's expression stiffened. A spear of lightning had already pierced through his chest from behind. At this moment, Over 100 bolts of lightning directly exploded in his chest. After that, the lightning spear was pulled out of Xiao Xingma's chest. Xiao Xingma fell down and landed on the metal bridge. Count de Crea said solemnly, "Let's end this quickly." "Understood." The light ball broke through the clouds and ascended all the way to the highest point of this huge mountain. In front of them was a magnificent and lofty palace. The light ball landed on the ground slowly. The light ball dispersed, and Luocio walked out first. Looking at this palace that was bigger and more magnificent than any human building, Jessica was shocked as if she saw a fairy tale. This is... Even Qin Chiu was a little shocked. Penglai Palace? Penglai? She read the huge plaque in front of the palace softly. Luocio was walking towards the palace in front of them. Penglai Palace. "Wait, what do you want to do?" Qin Chiu asked subconsciously, but she felt it was inappropriate after she asked that question. He didn't seem to have a reason to answer her. I just want to know something." But Luocio gave an answer that surprised Qin Chiu. "I want to know, why am I here?" After saying that, Luocio ignored Qin Chiu and continued walking. After that, Qin Chiu frowned and followed him. Jessica had to follow too, but at this moment, Miss Maid suddenly blocked their way. "Miss Jessica, Miss Qin Chiu, I'm sorry. From here on, please stay where you are," Yu Yi said indifferently. "From here on, you're not allowed to pass." Qin Chiu frowned, but even so, Miss Maid didn't seem to want to follow them. Chapter 1084. A huge dent appeared on the thick metal deck due to the fierce collision. The body that was deeply embedded in the dent was the body created by Long Shiro. Inside the Lesia, at the center of the rotating metal cylinder, the prototype Gaia did not stop at all. It waved its arms, and countless lightning spears pierced towards the body created by Gaia. In a hurry, the body created by Gaia could only cross its arms and block in front of its body. The might of the lightning spears was terrifying, and just blocking them was very taxing. After all, it was just a body created by an item, so it was unable to fully utilize the true dragon's strength. Under the fierce attacks of the prototype Gaia that had removed the restrictions on the streets, the created body was obviously at a disadvantage. This scene shocked Chichikamaya and Ghost Child. They did not know how much Long Shiro's body had weakened, but the strongest guardian of Kelowna was suppressed to the point that she could only protect herself. Even with Chichikamaya's long life, this was the first time he had seen this. "Mr. Tortoise," Ghost Child hesitantly called out. Chichikamaya could only helplessly say, "This level of battle is not something you and I can interfere in. If we casually join the battle, we will only become a burden. Now the only thing we can do is..." Chichikamaya raised his head and looked at the invader, de Crea. At this moment, Count de Crea was paying close attention to the battle between the prototype Gaia and the body created by Gaia. He did not have any intention of taking action. Because of this, Chichikamaya could not help but frown. He carefully recalled what Count de Crea had said. Many of the words were incomprehensible to him. However, Chichikamaya carefully listened to what Count de Crea had said before the sudden increase in power of the prototype Gaia. Level 3 restriction removal. Time limit 3 minutes. This thing's power suddenly surged. It doesn't seem to be able to maintain it for long. Chichikamaya said in a low voice, "Also, this alien invader hasn't made a move yet. Instead, it's paying close attention. It's very likely that something will happen once the time limit is exceeded. That's why it's not acting rashly. This thing is controlled by the other realm invaders. If we can heavily injure this other realm invader..." Killing intent flashed in Ghost Child's eyes, but he felt somewhat helpless. But this fellow's barrier is really... Without reaching the level of creating a body, it was indeed impossible to break through Count de Crea's barrier. Chichikamaya suddenly sat down, which puzzled Ghost Baby. However, Chichikamaya's actions were also strange. His wide sleeves hung on the surface of the metal bridge, completely covering his hands. Go take a look at City, Lord Zhao's injuries, Chichikamaya said with a serious expression. Right now, we can only wait for the victory of this battle. Although he didn't understand why Chichikamaya would give such an order, Ghost Child didn't hesitate and nodded. While being on guard against Count de Crea, he silently approached the motionless Xiao. At this moment, without anyone noticing, some small things slowly crawled out from Chichikamaya's sleeves. One by one, they quietly crawled to the bottom of the metal bridge. They were actually small turtles the size of a finger. Without anyone noticing, they slowly crawled from the bottom of the metal bridge to the huge sphere in front of them. At the same time, Count de Crea was indeed a bit concerned about Chichikamaya's action of giving up on attacking him and sitting down. Of course, he also heard the conversation between Chichikamaya and Ghost Baby. Count de Crea agreed with Gue Qianni and Ghost Child's idea of not participating in the battle and becoming a burden. It was a smart idea, but he disdained their idea of not participating in the battle and waiting for a chance to attack him. But just as Chichikamaya thought, Count de Crea indeed had a reason not to pay attention to this battle. In other words, he needed to use a lot of energy to constantly observe the state of prototype Gaia. Its advanced intelligence has already deteriorated. It's only left with the lowest level of intelligence. Its released power is still too unstable. I need to end this battle quickly. Count de Crea quickly thought of a countermeasure. Looking at the creator's zone that had fallen into a bitter struggle, Count de Crea suddenly smiled strangely. Penglai's legacy, your creator is no longer here. Why are you still bitterly holding on? His voice wasn't loud, but it was miraculously able to suppress the sounds of the battle. It was clearly transmitted to the creator's ears. Hearing this, the creator slightly frowned. But because of this momentary absent-mindedness, it was almost pierced by prototype Gaia's lightning spear. Count de Crea laughed without the slightest bit of restraint. What? Have you forgotten how you were created? Right? Your original body should have fused with the earth, right? You are now just inheriting power and memories, right? There are some things that you haven't remembered, right? Blabber, blabber, blabber. Didn't your mother teach you to shut up? The creator's body was furious and roared at Count de Crea. Count de Crea sneered. What a lowly experimental subject. Have you forgotten that I'm also one of your creators? Experiment number 009. Dragon Seed. What? At this moment, the body of creation was truly absent-minded. Countless chaotic scenes flashed madly through its mind. At this moment, prototype Gaia grasped the opportunity and shot out the lightning spear in its hand. The creator's body couldn't dodge in time and could only watch as the lightning spear pierced through its abdomen and nailed it to the metal wall. At the same time, 2 more lightning spears shot out and nailed the creator's palms, fixing it in place. Count de Crea chuckled. Oh, actually, saying that I'm your creator is a bit untrue. At most, I only adjusted some parameters for you. Dragon Seed, your creator is long gone. He was killed by me. My teacher, Prince Cicero. That's right, it's the so-called Penglai immortal that you, the natives of this world, have long abandoned. The creator's body was nailed to the ground and had to endure the terrifying lightning power released by the lightning spear. It raised its head with difficulty and gritted its teeth. I don't know, what are you talking about? The main world is constantly evolving and perfecting itself. It's limitless. Only the closer the main world is to the end of time and space, the more perfect it is. Only then can it be infinitely close to its original state. On the contrary, the earlier it is, the more flaws it has. This is only the earliest batch of perfect samples. Count de Crea chuckled. Under the management of a Reyes system. So, what the hell are you talking about? The body of creation let out a huge roar at this time. Under the suppression of the lightning, its arm slowly trembled and was about to break free. Count de Crea shook his head. How pitiful. Forget it. After I take over my teacher's authority, I'll also take over your teacher's legacy. Of course. I'll also adjust your parameters. Gaia, deal with it. Don't worry about it breaking. I can fix it. Understood. 2 lightning spears appeared in prototype Gaia's hands once again. But right at this moment, a huge explosive sound was suddenly heard from the sphere connected to the huge rotating pillar. Flames shot out from the inside of the sphere at this moment. At the same time, the rotating speed of the huge metal pillar gradually slowed down. Count Acrea was startled at first, and then revealed an incomparably furious expression. In an instant, Count Acrea realized something and looked at Chichi Kamaya, who was sitting on the ground. Rupturing tortoise. This old man raised this toy when I had nothing to do. Chichi Kamaya slowly stood up and narrowed his eyes. You seem to care a lot about that place, right? You've been wanting to go in since a while ago. Although I don't know what's inside, I think it's right to destroy it. Count Acrea was flustered and exasperated. He angrily said, You dare! However, due to the internal explosion, the huge sphere suddenly shifted. This slight shift caused the sphere to slip out from the joint of the 2 rotating metal pillars and fall straight down. Damn it! Count Acrea saw this and couldn't care less about Chichi Kamaya. He directly jumped off the metal bridge and rushed towards the falling sphere. In front of the majestic palace, Luaccio stood at the huge entrance. Luaccio hadn't felt so small in a long time. Of course, it was purely a visual impact. The passageway was dim, but the walls of the passageway were pure and flawless. It was as if they were made by nature and not a single crack could be found. After passing through the passageway, Luaccio soon arrived at the depths of the palace, inside a circular hall. Luaccio didn't deliberately hide his footsteps. At this time, the 2 people in the circular hall were alerted by the footsteps and quickly turned around. They were Juefeng and Emo Xiaofei. Seeing Juefeng and Emo Xiaofei here, Luaccio opened his mouth slightly and then kept silent. He continued to move forward. His eyes fell on the huge crystal in the center of the circular hall. He looked at the figures sealed in the crystal. Juefeng had an instinctive fear the moment Luaccio came in. Perhaps his instincts were completely stimulated. Juefeng landed on all 4s and bared his sharp teeth like a vicious dog. Emo Xiaofei frowned. At this time, Juefeng suddenly rushed out and shouted angrily, What are you doing here? Luaccio stretched out his hand toward Juefeng and then moved to the side. At this moment, Juefeng's body was restrained by something and moved to the side, slowly as if he was put down gently. I don't mean any harm. Luaccio shook his head. I'm just here to understand some things. We can talk about the old days later. Juefeng fell to the ground and gradually retracted his sharp teeth. He had to be quiet. The guy in front of him was really hard to deal with. But why is this guy here? Juefeng suddenly thought of Brother Emo Xiaofei. If this person was here, could he help Brother Emo Xiaofei return to normal? Seeing Juefeng calm down, Emo Xiaofei, who didn't know what Juefeng was thinking at this moment, frowned. He quickly searched the memory of this Emo Xiaofei in this life, but didn't find any related memory of this mysterious young man. However, he could feel that this mysterious young man seemed to be very familiar with his body. No need to search, Your Majesty. Luaccio glanced at Emo Xiaofei casually. I've met Emo Xiaofei before, but he didn't look like this at that time. Later on, I didn't specially meet him, so I couldn't recognize him. You know me? Emo Xiaofei couldn't help frowning deeper. At the same time, he seemed to think of something, and then his face changed slightly. I've read about it in the book, Luaccio smiled slightly. I think there should be very few people who don't know about the first emperor. I'm quite surprised that Your Majesty woke up, but I hope you won't stay too long. After all, Emo Xiaofei has a contract with us. Emo Xiaofei frowned at this time, remaining silent. At this time, Luaccio approached the huge crystal again, but Emo Xiaofei locked his eyes on Luaccio. As Luaccio walked closer, his eyes didn't stop moving until Luaccio walked past him. I won't touch the things here. Your Majesty, please do as you please. Luaccio didn't look back at this time and walked directly to the crystal. Then he took another step. This step, he walked directly into the huge crystal. The next step, Luaccio had walked into the crystal. However, after he entered the crystal, he disappeared. Juefeng rushed up curiously at this time, trying to touch the place where Luaccio walked in, but found that his hand couldn't go through at all. Is this guy a ghost? Juefeng couldn't help scratching his head. Big brother! Juefeng looked at Emo Xiaofei again, only to see that this big brother still gave him a great majesty, but the hair of this big brother seemed to be wet. Emo Xiaofei suddenly sighed and said in a deep voice, "Let this person be. Not to mention that I was once the emperor. I'm afraid there's no one in this world who can stop him." Saying something that sounded silly to Juefeng, Emo Xiaofei raised his head. His eyes contained not only anger, but also deep regret. He said in a low voice, "In the past, in order to resurrect you, what I did, big brother." Emo Xiaofei just slowly closed his eyes. It was like a journey of time, long and short. After passing through the darkness, his eyes were suddenly filled with white light. There was a soft touch under his feet. Luaccio looked around. The smell of green grass, moist soil, fragrant flowers, swaying tree shadows, and butterflies fluttering here, flying to one side. Above his head was a clean and quiet sky, separated only by a layer of metal and transparent glass that was a huge cover. This was a courtyard in a cage. "Don't just stand there, come here." The voice came from above. Luaccio looked up and saw a man standing in the upper corridor of a cage. He lowered his head and made an inviting gesture to Luaccio. The man had long hair that almost reached his legs. He wore a white tunic robe with gold. It was hard to tell what style it was, but it was obviously not a common ancient costume. With a smile on his face, the man waved his hand. Pieces of light boards slowly spread out from the cloister, and the last one fell at Luoccio's feet. Luoccio nodded and went up the stairs. The man standing at the end of the corridor had his eyes fixed on Luoccio. At this time, the man suddenly said, "You can try. Don't use the power of the origin. Then our next conversation will be more meaningful. I think you like the feeling of the unknown and understanding it little by little. How should I address you?" Finally, Luoccio came in front of the man. The man slowly knelt down on one knee and held Luoccio's palm with both hands. Then, under Luoccio's surprised gaze, the man put his forehead on Luoccio's palm. "Don't mind it, just treat it as a meeting etiquette of our people." The man quickly stood up again and smiled. "You can call me Cicero. Welcome to my last remnant of consciousness." Chapter 1085. Luoccio knew that everything in front of him did not have a physical body, but this did not mean that he could communicate with Cicero. Or rather, even if it had a physical body, it would not be as real as this place, purely in terms of feelings. In the courtyard, a blue bird suddenly spread its wings and flew to the corridor. The bird landed on Cicero's shoulder as if looking for food. Cicero smiled slightly, and the bird on his shoulder seemed to be alarmed and flew away. The next moment it came to Luoccio. Luoccio raised his finger, and the bird stopped at his knuckles. A weight came from his finger. "This bird is called the blue flycatcher," Cicero said with a smile. Cicero smiled and said, "Among our people, it symbolizes exploration and indomitable will." Luoccio glanced at Cicero and found that on his robes there was a bird spreading its wings embroidered with blue silk. "This is a symbol that we learned from that place," Cicero said casually after noticing Luoccio's gaze. Luoccio nodded. From the moment they met, Luoccio felt that Cicero was very knowledgeable. Scholar was a very appropriate title. Mr. Cicero. Luoccio shook his finger, and the blue bird flew away from his finger. Looking at the flying bird, he asked, "You seem to know that I will come." "Yes, rather than knowing that you will come. It is better to say that only certain people can come," Cicero said with a smile. "Other people may have a way to know their future whereabouts, but for you, I'm afraid you can't do it. You mean certain people? Luaccio tilted his head and looked into Cicero's eyes. Even if it was just a remnant of Cicero's consciousness, Luaccio believed that if a remnant of Cicero's consciousness could find such a lifelike courtyard, his emotions should be real. It was not just an inherent memory, but it should be able to think continuously. Yes, as the only official representative of the origin, logically speaking, you should know better than I do. Or rather, there are many things that I need to ask you. Cicero looked directly at Luaccio. Luaccio shook his head. At this moment, Cicero opened his mouth in surprise. He muttered to himself, and his eyes revealed undisguised doubt. After a long while, he slowly said, "There is only one origin, but there is not only one way to reach it. But no matter what method was used, there would always be a stopping point before reaching the origin. Let's call this area the 0-point domain." Zero? That's right, 0. Cicero nodded. The point of balance between positive and negative, where both positive and negative can exist together, is the final point before one reaches the origin. As long as one reaches the null point domain, one will be considered a candidate to become an origin proxy. You will have the authority to control part of the origin. What? Is there something you don't understand? From what Cicero saw, Luaccio appeared rather calm. Luaccio shook his head and said, "I can understand many things. Before entering this Panglai treasury, I knew nothing about this part of knowledge. But the longer I stayed, the clearer this part of knowledge became. When I came to Panglai Palace, I already understood some of the connections between you and me. But I have no way to properly express this state for the time being. Perhaps you can understand it as when a new point of knowledge appears, it will automatically fill in the blanks, so that you can understand it in an instant. What I can understand for the time being is this state itself, or rather what its essence is. How enviable." Cicero suddenly sighed. "There is no need to be puzzled. This is the ability that the origin bestowed upon you. Yes, in the later main world, there are many theological viewpoints that say that the gods are in a state of omniscience and omnipotence. Of course, this theory itself is wrong, because the gods they understand are not at this level. As long as you reach the null point domain, you will know that the only true omniscience and omnipotence is the origin. You will feel puzzled about this state only because your time as an agent is too short. The knowledge of living creatures is not enough for you to completely adapt. But as time passes, you will naturally get used to it. But once you get used to it, I'm afraid it is not a good thing." At this point, he looked at Luaccio and said seriously, "When there is only black and white in your vision, when everything becomes simple, when all your doubts are solved, everything to you is like a blank, to the extent that you lose everything you pursue. Because from the beginning, you are already the wealthiest individual at the origin and end of time and space. But it can also be said that you are the individual with the most nothing." Luaccio could not help but smile. Cicero felt curious about this. Luaccio said self-deprecatingly, "We have a saying here, it is easy to say. Any individual who is struggling, there is probably no one who does not want to be able to reach the level that you and I are. On the other hand, you and I who have already reached it are discussing its boredom and poverty." Cicero said, "It is quite normal. If you don't understand, you will force it with your own will, or you will replace it with your emotions. It can be said that it is the nature of the human race. Even I can't help but have feelings of jealousy. I want to go further and see if everything is as I imagined after becoming an orthodox agent. In fact, for us who have worked so hard to reach the 0-point domain, what did you do? Is it an incredible stroke of luck?" Luaccio said, "Frankly, the boss in front obviously wants me to do something. But why me? I think this should be the direction that I will work hard in the future. You coming to me can't actually answer more questions." Cicero shook his head. "In the competition of the 0-point domain, I am obviously the loser. I had no choice but to hide in this half-abandoned early main world. Later, I was even plotted against by a former student of mine. Now, only this last remnant of consciousness is left. Do you resent this student of yours? Luocio asked curiously. He knew that this student was the creator of the Penglai treasure vault. Cicero said, "In the past, de Craye was not considered outstanding among my many students. He could even be defined as mediocre. But he stayed by my side the longest. Why do you think it is?" Luocio couldn't help but think of the two different kinds of graduate students who could stay by the professor's side in the university. One was talented enough, and the other was not talented enough, but made up for it by working hard without complaint. "I think this student of yours should be the more hardworking type." Cicero nodded. "Indeed, no matter how boring the work is or how others avoid it, he is always the first to stand up. After completing it, he doesn't ask for anything. How should I say it? I can't say that his nature is very good. I can only say that he understands my character very well. Don't be surprised. Before reaching the 0-point domain, I was just a member of the common people. I have the same bad habits that I should have. I am also a person who likes to be obedient. I am sometimes like that too." He exchanged glances with Cicero and smiled at each other. Even if I failed in the struggle and reached the end of my life, de Craye still insisted on staying by my side. Cicero smiled at this moment, as though he wasn't telling his story. "Actually, I know very well that de Craye stayed until the end just to obtain my inheritance. In fact, at the last moment, I suddenly had the thought of wanting to see how far he could go. If he can meet my expectations, I even think that it would not be a bad idea to transfer what I have obtained to him." "Did he succeed?" Luocio asked curiously. "No." Cicero shook his head. "Because at the same time, I also don't want him to be the lucky one. Why should I hand over those things that I worked so hard to get to a person who is willing to work by my side for the sole purpose of doing so? Bad habits. We all have some, more or less." Cicero nodded and said, "Perhaps because of this, we were unable to break through the 0-point domain and advance further. Actually, why wouldn't I want to be like de Craye? If I had to serve by the side of the Orthodox agent until one day he would be willing to give everything to me. At the end of my life, I discovered that I was essentially the same as de Craye. Thus, out of self-loathing, I cruelly rejected him. The consequences were obvious. He became the final terminator of my life in boundless anger. He has already awakened." Luocio suddenly said, "He should be awakening soon." Cicero said, "Although I can't directly give everything to him, if I let him go through some trials and make the process of him obtaining it more complicated, I would be able to accept it. But what I didn't expect was that the Orthodox agent of the previous generation would change. Moreover, the change didn't just happen once." "Didn't just happen once?" Luocio opened his mouth slightly in astonishment. "There was another person above the predecessor? Can I ask you, what is the name of the Orthodox agent that you know?" Cicero asked curiously, as the current Orthodox agent, "Do you still need to ask others?" Luocio said frankly, "It's probably the bad habits that you mentioned. If I can save a little, I'll save a little. If I can take advantage of it, I won't be against it." Cicero gazed deeply at Luocio. After a long time, he slowly said, "Trafford the former, Emperor of Eternal Kingdom." The falling giant spear instantly smashed into the rotating metal pillar below, which immediately changed the trajectory of its fall. Count de Craye's eyes flashed with a trace of irritation. The feeling of missing something when it was within reach was naturally uncomfortable. But Count de Craye quickly changed his direction. But what Count de Craye didn't expect, or rather, he didn't pay attention to, was that the body of creation nailed by Gaius shattered into pieces all of a sudden. It turned into pieces of light, like a mirror that had been shattered at the same time. Just as Count de Craye was about to reach the falling sphere, strands of golden light appeared out of thin air beside him. Then they combined to form a brand new body of creation. What? Count de Craye couldn't help but be shocked. At this moment, The body of creation let out a furious roar and stretched out its hand, breaking through Count Decrea's barrier and grabbing his neck. You. Count Decrea felt pain he had never felt before. Go to hell. The body he created grabbed Count Decrea by the neck and slammed him into the metal wall in front of him. The body of creation pressed Count Decrea's body against the metal wall and smeared it with blood. Damn, 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 damn. You damned dragon seed. Ah, so annoying. A dragon seed in one mouth. The body of creation was exposed, and its body emitted golden light. Don't think you're so great and say things that others don't understand, bastard. There should be a limit to your arrogance. Dragon seed. Count Decrea roared furiously. His body instantly vaporized and turned into black smoke, escaping from the hands of the body of creation. This strange ability made the body of creation remind Long Shirwa of the club's Black Soul envoy. Just a bit more, and he would have been killed by this alien invader. Gaia. Level 2 restriction lifted. Count Decrea roared. Nobody can stop me. Even if you're Cicero's inheritance, you can't. Ah! At this moment, a mournful scream was so loud that it made one's scalp numb. At this moment, the surroundings seemed to have turned into a pool of lightning. Terrifying lightning bolts shot out in all directions, striking the surroundings as if it wanted to destroy everything. And the source of all this was the prototype Gaia. At this moment, prototype Gaia hugged its head with both hands, as if it was in great pain. The scream came from its mouth. Under the terrifying lightning of prototype Gaia, Kelowna's Shinryu's body of creation was instantly struck down. This completely exceeded the limits of what the body of creation could withstand. Just as prototype Gaia went crazy and crazily attacked everything, Count Decrea finally arrived on top of the huge sphere. After the sphere fell, it finally got stuck on a platform. However, what made Count Decrea terrified was that prototype Gaia's attacks didn't differentiate between friend and foe. At this moment, a huge lightning bolt moved along the metal wall and directly struck the huge sphere. Rumble. At this moment, the huge sphere exploded. No! Count Decrea let out a furious roar. From the explosion of the huge sphere, a fist-sized golden light ball suddenly shot out. Book of Araya. When Count Decrea saw this, he wanted to grab the golden ball of light without regard for anything else. Boom! But at this moment, the metal wall beside him suddenly exploded, and a petite figure walked out from the hole. The golden light ball that exploded from the huge sphere was thrown in front of this petite figure, and she subconsciously grabbed it in her hands. It was Su Zijuan who charged in recklessly. At this moment, she was holding a battered combat-type Gaia in her hands. Chapter 1086. Princess. Big Sister. Chichikamaya and Ghost Baby's shouts came from above, but Su Zijuan didn't respond immediately, because at this moment, a guy whose name she couldn't call out, who looked neither male nor female, was pouncing towards her with a ferocious expression. This isn't something you can touch. Count Decrea angrily roared. Anyone would be driven mad. The thing he had painstakingly tried to obtain was actually taken away by a random intruder for no reason at all. But for Su Zijuan, as the saying goes, if you pick up a treasure on the ground, ask heaven and earth. Ask Eggy. Su Zijuan didn't say anything and directly threw the broken Gaia in her hand towards Count Decrea. Ba's body was very strong. Using the strength of the thrown body, the broken battle-type Gaia flew out like a cannonball and smashed into Count Decrea's body. The Count's barrier blocked the impact of the battle-type Gaia, but the inertia sent it flying backward. Bang! Count Decrea's body instantly crashed into the wreckage of the huge sphere. Then Su Zijuan jumped onto the metal bridge above. Su Zijuan's palm struck out, and a huge dark, red, demonic power collided with the thunderbolts that continuously struck Shinryu's body, blocking the terrifying thunderbolts for the body. After that, the body of creation fell on the metal bridge. Su Zijuan looked at the prototype Gaia which was constantly shooting out lightning bolts, and quickly moved to the front of the body of creation. The body staggered to its feet, while Su Zijuan frowned. "What's wrong with you? Why did you become so weak?" "Let's talk about it later." The body raised its head. "Help me do something." Su Zijuan frowned. "No. I have goosebumps all over my body. It's definitely not something good." "Good. Be obedient." At this time, the body of creation suddenly burst out and directly stabbed into Su Zijuan's chest. Such a violent action made Su Zijuan's face turn red. Su Zijuan immediately let out a scream. "Old woman, you're serious." "Cut the crap." The body of creation gritted its teeth. "I'll compensate you after this. You can drink to your heart's content from the hospital's blood bank." "I don't want to." "Damn it." Su Zijuan tried her best to resist, but deep in her body, or perhaps deep in her soul, there was a feeling of being unable to resist, causing her to lose all strength to resist. She couldn't help but let out a high-pitched moan. "Don't, at least not here, old hag. When I get back, I'll definitely tear down your hospital." Ah. Her body leaned back in an instant, and she stuck out her chest. A huge force began to spread out along with the body of creation's hand. At this time, as the body of creation's hand slowly pulled out, countless streams of energy were released from Su Zijuan's chest like ribbons. They fluttered in the air and faced the power of lightning. The turbulent flow of golden energy offset the terrifying lightning. A golden sword shadow slowly appeared from Su Zijuan's chest at this moment. Finally, the body of creation suddenly exerted its strength and completely pulled out the sword shadow in an instant. At this moment, Su Zijuan's body leaned back as far as it could, and the sound of groaning also reached its peak. The sleeping Xianyuan sword spirit. In the name of Shinryu, in the name of the eldest princess of the Xianyuan royal family, the body of creation released a deep and loud voice from its mouth. It suddenly waved its arm, and a foot-long golden sword shadow was raised high. After that, the body of creation directly pushed the weak Su Zijuan towards Chichikamaya and the ghost baby. Su Zijuan directly hit Chichikamaya, and then the ghost baby reached out to catch her. "Damn old hag. I'm heartless when I pull out my sword. If I don't eat up your blood, I'm not Su Zijuan. Big sister. Can you warm up first?" At this time, Su Zijuan was weak and powerless. She stared fiercely at the ghost baby who was supporting her, opened her mouth, and bit the ghost baby's arm directly. The ghost baby frowned and let Su Zijuan bite his arm and began to suck his blood. "You should find a woman. This blood is too dry. It's really passed down in the Xianyuan royal family." The ghost baby sighed and looked up at the body of creation that was holding the golden sword shadow and controlling the power of Shinryu and the Xianyuan royal family's Xianyuan sword at the same time. Above, the body of creation that was holding the golden sword shadow with both hands slashed down at the prototype Gaia with the force of a thunderbolt. At this moment, the two extremely powerful forces collided violently in this huge space. The surrounding metal walls were like loose soil, easily broken apart by the scattered energy turbulence. Chi, chi, chi. The collision of the huge forces caused a powerful shockwave that swept through the entire space, destroying everything. At this moment, the body of creation let out a huge dragon roar, and the golden sword shadow finally broke through the layers of lightning power of the prototype Gaia and slashed it down. A terrifying sword light broke through the Lysia and penetrated the mountain that it was hiding in. Outside the huge mountain, the sword light finally dissipated in the sea of clouds. At this moment, the body of creation looked at the prototype Gaia that was slashed down. It was buried in a large amount of metal wreckage. Its body was like a puppet that had been replaced, and its limbs and body kept shaking. It seemed to want to raise its hand, its neck stiffly twisting, but its expression was still wooden. In the end, its pupils gradually faded, losing all color. It quietly laid in the wreckage of the metal, the sharp metal fragments piercing its surroundings. Seeing that the prototype Gaia finally stopped, the body of creation slowly descended. The body of creation waved its sword at the huge sphere. The golden sword light instantly broke the huge sphere that had fallen earlier. Count Decria was hiding inside the sphere in shock and anger. He glanced at the prototype Gaia that had completely stopped functioning, but he wasn't too angry because of this. Instead, he seemed to have confirmed something and actually heaved a sigh of relief. You were quite happy calling it a dragon seed just now. The body of creation had a cold gaze as it looked down at Count Decria within the sphere. It slowly raised the golden sword in its hand, and a huge amount of power began to brew within it. Count Decria furrowed his brows as he quickly observed his surroundings, especially the small blue screen that appeared beside him. Special combat type, Valkyrie class Gaia, completion rate, 96, 9% damn it. It's actually not completed yet. Count Decria slowly stood up and looked at the body he had created. What? Could it be that you don't want to know where you came from? Don't you want to know what you are? The golden sword that was raised high suddenly swung down. The body of creation didn't say anything and only looked at Count Decria. I can tell you. Count Decria spread out his hands. I can even help you free yourself from your mission. I can help you travel through space and time. Listen, test subjects within number 10 all have great potential and have the possibility of reaching the null domain. They are infinitely close to the source. I can help you completely unleash your hidden abilities. Your future can even be compared to a mortal Punglai. Just as Count Decria was describing a huge and extreme object, the body of creation slowly swung down the golden sword. So what? I'm not interested. The body of creation. Long Shirwa said expressionlessly, I am Kelowna's Shinryu. In the past and in the future, there is nothing to change. The sword swung down and the golden sword light directly pierced through Count Decria's body. The Count's body instantly crumbled and turned into rolling black fog that crazily boiled. But the black fog forcefully gathered and barely maintained Count Decria's appearance. Ah, you damn dragon seed. I won't let you off. I definitely won't let you off. Ah. Finally, the surging black mist finally neutralized the golden light released by the golden sword. Count Decria's body stabilized once more, but his face was as pale as a person on the verge of death. Seeing this, the body of creation snorted and swung the golden sword again. But at this moment, Count Decria's eyes flashed with a trace of madness. He quickly opened the brocade box that he obtained from Teienzi, a sparkling and translucent white bone palm. Count Decria held this white bone palm and fiercely stabbed it into his wrist. He gritted his teeth and seemed to be in great pain. He even knelt on the ground and wailed in pain. The body of creation frowned, but the golden sword shadow did not stop at all. It was just that the golden sword shadow was suddenly distorted. The surroundings were filled with a kind of aura that terrified the body of creation. Long Shirua, in a daze, she seemed to have returned to that day when she was a Shinryu from Kelowna and was beaten into a little girl, that kind of aura that made her soul tremble. At the same time, a mournful cry came from above. Su Zijuan, who was being supported by Ghost Child, fell on the metal bridge. She hugged her body tightly and seemed to be in great pain. The body of creation gritted its teeth and continued to shoot the golden sword into Su Zijuan's body. Only then did Su Zijuan stop her heart-wrenching cry. The Shenyuan sword without a carrier is still too dangerous. The body of creation sighed in its heart. It knew that if it continued, it would be fighting for Su Zijuan's life. Why did I go through so much trouble to obtain the body of a black soul envoy? Decria painfully stood up. The white bone hand had already fused into his arm. That's because only this way can I obtain a trace of a chance to touch the source. I want the pure source aura of a black soul envoy. Dragon seed, die for me. Count Decria immediately waved his bony hand. The body of creation dissipated. At the same time, the 10,000 ghost pagoda in Xiao Xingmao's hand shook and a black light shot out. A small figure staggered out. It was Lam Shiruo in her little girl form. She spat out a mouthful of pus and blood and directly fell to the ground. Su Zijuan crawled up and took a look. She opened her mouth in shock. But at this moment, her arm seemed to be pulled by something. The ball of light that was thrown at her from the beginning suddenly separated from her hand. The ball of light quickly fell down and finally landed in Count Decria's hand. And in front of them, an even stranger scene occurred. Time seemed to flow backwards. The huge ball of light that was destroyed by Chichi Kamaya's explosive tortoise and the body of creation's sword was slowly recovering. All of this seemed to originate from the white bone palm that had fused into Count Decria's hand. This is the power of the source. Even time can be distorted. Count Decria laughed crazily. Success? Success. Teacher Cicero, did you see it? I finally got it. I finally got it. The blue Dylan flycatcher suddenly spread its wings and flew across the courtyard of the cage. It flew to the edge of the courtyard. It seemed to want to rush out, but was quickly blocked by the huge cage. Thus, it was very unwilling and used its body to smash against the barrier between it and the outside world. But it seemed to be in vain. Luaccio looked at the small Dylan flycatcher and suddenly said, "The Eternal Kingdom is Mr. Cicero's hometown, right?" Cicero also looked at the struggling blitter flycatcher and nodded. "There is also a courtyard like this over there." Luaccio looked outside the cage. It was empty outside. "What is outside the cage?" Cicero said, "I don't know. I've never been out of the past. I thought that everything in this cage was over. But there is something that wants to go out. But what? The Eternal Kingdom doesn't exist." Cicero looked at Luaccio. "If you are interested, don't just explore the future. You can go back and see the original world, see the rise and fall of the Eternal Kingdom." "I will." Luaccio nodded. Cicero's body disappeared bit by bit. Everything in the courtyard of the cage also disappeared bit by bit. He said with a smile, "I will leave my useless student to you." Luaccio shook his head. "I am just doing business according to the rules." Cicero smiled and didn't say anything else. Instead, he said softly, "Finally, can you leave me alone?" Luaccio was startled and then nodded. He closed his eyes and didn't stay for too long before he left the courtyard within the cage. The courtyard was like a bubble that had been popped and disappeared in the end. Finally, Cicero raised his head and looked at the struggling Dylan flycatcher, watching it disappear before him. "What is outside the cage? I really want to see it for myself. I probably can't. I hope you can do it. I hope you can surpass His Majesty Califar. I hope you can be free. Your Highness." Chapter 1087. How is it? Reverend Huanyang helplessly returned to Dark Tushan. He had explored this place, but apart from a large number of strange containers, strange specimens, and some strange containers, he did not find anything of value. Ming Tushan shook his head and looked at Yen Lu, who was lying on the ground. This guy is sealed by a strong cold power, and even his consciousness seems to be frozen. If we can't break this cold power, I'm afraid it'll be hard to wake him up. Well, Immortal Huanyang frowned, and then looked at Taoist Huangmu, who was keeping watch at the door. "What's the situation outside?" Taoist Huangmu hurriedly said, "Those metal boxes haven't returned for a long time, so they might have left. Vice President, what should we do now?" After all, it wasn't a good idea to keep hiding here. Immortal Huanyang gritted his teeth and said, "Let's leave this place first." Ming Tushan agreed with Immortal Huanyang's plan and asked someone to carry the unconscious Yen Lu. The group quietly opened the door of this strange place and walked out carefully with their breaths restrained. However, after walking for a while, Ming Tushan and his group heard a series of explosive sounds coming from the passage. The sound was so violent that it frightened Ming Tushan and his group. It seems that something is forcing its way through here. This was because it was as if someone was violently breaking through the layers of passageways and rampaging through this place. No wonder those metal boxes are gone. They must have been attracted, but we don't know who it is. In the group of survivors, a middle-aged Taoist was worried. Let me have a look. Immortal Huanyang took a deep breath and made a gesture with his hands and mumbled. At last he pointed his finger. Black mirror technique. In front of the group of survivors, a light mirror the size of a face appeared. In the mirror, a young girl was emitting a shocking dark, red, demonic power, like a human bulldozer. She broke through layers of passages and went in a straight line with those metal boxes. Who is this girl? At this moment, Taoist Huangmu couldn't help but feel aghast in his heart. This demonic power was truly too enormous. Even though there was such a distance between them, it still made his mind feel chaotic. At this moment, Reverend Huanyang was staring fixedly at the young lady who was radiating demonic energy in the mirror. His brows were deeply furrowed. Elder Ming, could this be? Ming Tushan's face showed a trace of joy. Yes. This is Princess Zijuan of the Xianyuan royal family. I didn't expect that she would appear here. The last time I saw Princess Zijuan, it was her 700th birthday 100 years ago. But I attended it as an invited member of the Kuan department of Xianyuan Palace. Immortal Huanyang stroked his beard and smiled. There's always a way. I didn't expect that Xianyuan Palace would come here. Since Princess Zijuan is here, I'm afraid the Xianyuan Palace is also somewhere. Maybe the Xianyuan Palace found some clues after they found the Jade Dragon Pillar. So they came to rescue us. Haha. The Xianyuan Palace has been around for a long time. If Shinryu is Kelowna's protector, then the Xianyuan Palace is our Kelowna's protector. Immortal Huanyang was very happy. We are saved. Speak of the devil. At this moment, the metal wall of the tunnel suddenly exploded, and dark red demonic power poured into the tunnel like a hurricane. The girl in the Xian mirror charged into the passageway. She was the Princess Zijuan that Ming Tushan was talking about. Ming Tushan said excitedly, I am Ming Tushan, the elder of the Black Tortoise tribe. Greetings to the royal princess. May I ask if you... No time. Go play by yourself. But before Ming Tushan could finish his words, the girl didn't even look. She directly slammed into the metal wall, broke through the wall, and continued to rush in, leaving behind this small group of lucky survivors. No time. No time. No time. No time. Ming Tushan seemed to have heard the girl's voice echoing in the tunnel, and he froze on the spot. But at the same time, Immortal Huanyang shouted, Be careful! More than 10 battle-type Gaias and more than 100 metal boxes rushed into the tunnel that Su Zijuan had broken through. A portion of the battle-type Gaias and metal boxes chased after Su Zijuan, while the other portion charged at Ming Tushan and company. Damn! What happened to the promised protectors of Kelowna? Those metal boxes had already caused the group of survivors to suffer greatly, not to mention the 7 battle-type Gaias that had been left behind. Having experienced the annihilation of the Tao Demon Association, they had an instinctive fear of Gaias from the bottom of their hearts. Don't come over. A shrill voice sounded. One of the demons in the group of survivors screamed in horror, turned around and fled. The moment he fled, the others, including Taoist Huangmu, retreated frantically as though a switch had been turned on. The dark Tushan shuddered and finally recovered from his absent-mindedness. Even the princess of the Xianyuan Palace was being chased away by these Gaias. What else could he say? It was impossible to play with Gaias. It would never be possible. Run. At this time, the surviving team was also in a panic and did not know where to go. They only cared about running around randomly in this labyrinth-like passageway. After an unknown period of time, when the path in front of them turned into a dead alley, their faces were ashen. Immortal Huanyang let out a long sigh. It seemed that they could only fight to the death here. Everyone, even if we perish, we must do it with a bang. Letting go of the 7-star ancient sword, the Taoist priest stood in front of the crowd with a solemn expression. President Baijie, Huanyang has let you down. Saying that, immortal Huanyang took a deep breath, activated his magic power, and swung his sword. Get down! In a split second, a shout sounded. Immortal Huanyang was startled and squatted down subconsciously, raising his sword to defend himself. At this moment, a swift figure flashed by, and the many metal boxes and the 7 battle-type Gaias in the passage were cut into 2 by something. Immortal Huanyang widened his eyes and looked at this scene in disbelief. When the last Gaia's body was cut into 2 pieces, fell to the ground, and exploded, a young man wearing a scarf walked out from the flames with a sword in his hand. That was close. I almost didn't make it. The young man looked at the old man who was squatting on the ground as if he wanted to hit him with a stick. You guys are walking here and they're making me look for you. Why don't you just squat where you were before? Huh. Reverend Huanyang was stunned. He subconsciously looked back at Ming Tushan and the others behind him, only to see that the group behind him was all bewildered and uncertain, their faces filled with confusion. Excuse me, who are you? Wait. 1, 2, 3. The young man pointed at the people as if he was counting. Then he turned back and shouted, There are 7 in total, just like you said. Elder Baijie, we are all here. Among the flames, Baijie Taoist and Wang, who rushed out and appeared in front of Ming Tushan and the others. President, Immortal Huanyang was both happy and sad at the same time. Then his expression changed slightly. Emperor White Talisman. However, the young master of White Tiger in front of him had lost an arm, which looked very tragic. It's great to see that you guys are fine. Baijie Taoist's eyes softened, and he said quickly, Guys, don't say anything. Time is tight, and I have found a way to leave. Really? Immortal Huanyang was delighted. Baijie Taoist nodded, and looked at the young man wearing a scarf beside him. Taisetsu. At this time, Daz slashed at the air with his sword and a crack appeared. President, who is this? Immortal Huanyang was shocked and couldn't help but ask. Unexpectedly, Wang Hu, who was standing at the side, suddenly leaped up. While Reverend Huanyang was still in a daze, Wang Hu kicked him into the crack with lightning speed. At this moment, Wang Hu's movement technique was extremely fast. After perfected Huanyang, it was Ming Tushan, Huang Mu, and the others. He actually kicked all the survivors into the crack at an extremely fast speed. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Are you going to be like the administration again? Wang, who looked at Baijie Taoist. You can explain it later when you get out. That's the only way. Baijie Taoist was surprised by the young master of White Tiger, but he had to admit that Huang White Talisman's method was really convenient. Taisetsu gave Huang White Talisman a thumbs up. He appreciated Huang White Talisman's method very much. Brother Wang Hu, 666. Can I not call him Wang Hu? Huang White Talisman. Wang Hu sighed in his heart, then frowned. His face looked terrible, and he subconsciously covered his stomach with one hand and rubbed it. Well, Brother Wang Hu, why don't you go out first? There are not many left. Taisetsu suddenly suggested. So, can I not call him Wang Hu? Huang White Talisman frowned, then took a deep breath and suppressed the strange stirring in his stomach. Then he looked better and shook his head. I'm fine. Business is more important. Since I've come this far, it's not my style to quit halfway. Besides, Huang White Talisman glanced at Baijie Taoist. Besides, this old guy didn't leave. He witnessed the deal between Baijie Taoist and Boss Luo, so he knew what Baijie Taoist paid. This made Huang White Talisman admire this old man from the bottom of his heart. Thank you, young Master Huang. Baijie Taoist sighed. Seeing that Huang White Talisman was so insistent, Taisetsu could only say vaguely, Actually, I've already warned you. If anything happens next, I don't care. Huang White Talisman thought that Taisetsu was worried that he might be in danger in the next mission. He was grateful, so he said, "Mr. Taisetsu, I can take care of myself. Don't worry." "You're afraid that you can't handle that lady's attacks." Taisetsu shook his head, then waved his Janlu sword and broke open the metal ceiling above. "Then let's go. There are a few levels above and one more. Ah, why do these guys like to run around?" Taisetsu rushed up, and by Jia Daoist and Huang, White Talisman, quickly followed. "Huang, White Talisman, how dare you!" Reverend Huanyang's furious voice suddenly stopped halfway through a sentence, because in front of him he could no longer see the oppressive metal tunnel. Instead, he saw green mountains, beautiful rivers, and Mount Tai. However, Mount Tai was surrounded by a thick layer of fog, and the area of the fog was a bit strange. He came out. He really came out. Immortal Huanyang felt like he was in a dream. At this moment, a surprised voice was heard. "You're Immortal Huanyang." "That's great, Immortal Huanyang." At this moment, Taoist Master Huanyang was astonished to see a man in a black suit walking quickly towards him. Behind the man there were a few tents, and under the tents there were many instruments. A group of people was busy working under the tents. "You are..." Immortal Huanyang frowned. "I'm Chun He, an intermediate agent of the administration." "Nice to meet you, Immortal Huanyang." The man called Chin, he said excitedly, "Taoist, can you step aside? We want to study the tunnel behind you. It disappears every time." Reverend Huanyang had a look of astonishment on his face. He saw that in the tent area, a group of people from the administration were quickly walking over with large amounts of equipment. They surrounded the spatial crack that Reverend Huanyang had fallen out of. "Quick! Quick! According to the previous experience, this crack will disappear soon. This time, we must test its magnetic field data." However, just as this group of people were busy, a figure rushed out from the crack at an extremely fast speed. He rolled on the ground and cursed loudly, saying almost the exact same words as Reverend Huanyang. "Huang, White Talisman, how dare you?" "Huh." The person who came out was Ming Tushan, the second person who got kicked by Huang, White Talisman. What followed next was an interesting scene. Every few seconds, a figure would rush out of the crack in an indecent posture and speak almost the same words. Immortal Huanyang and Ming Tushan were shocked at the beginning, but they gradually became numb to it. The people from the administration were busy as if they were in a hurry to be reincarnated. At this moment, when the last person, Taoist Desolate Wood, also rolled out before he could even curse, the crack instantly disappeared without a trace. F***CK. We didn't get any data this time. A middle-aged man in a white coat angrily threw the tablet in his hand to the ground, and then squatted on the ground with a dejected expression. What is going on? Ming Tushan couldn't help but frown deeply. "Let me tell you, old turtle." Chapter 1088. When Long Shirwa struggled to stand up, a cross pillar suddenly appeared on the metal bridge. The cross pillar had a powerful suction force, and her body was sucked onto the cross pillar. Not only that, including Su Zijuan, everyone on the metal bridge was trapped by the cross pillar, as if they were prisoners waiting to be executed. Long Shirwa struggled a few times, but to no avail. Below, the huge sphere slowly rose up and returned to its original position. As for Count Decria, he was standing on top of the sphere, watching everything. Finally, the huge sphere returned to its original position, and the deviated metal column also returned to its original position and reactivated. Count Decria was holding the light sphere called Audiobook with a faintly discernible smile on his face. His left hand, that white bone palm, looked very strange. Very soon, Count Decria chuckled. Very soon, everything in this Lord 003 will serve me. On the metal bridge below, Long Shiro and the others looked at Count Decria in panic, feeling a sense of fear from the bottom of their hearts. What do you want to do? Dragon Seed. Count Decria sneered. There's no harm in telling you. You'll become witnesses. Witness my greatness. This thing is called Audiobook. Count Decria extended the light sphere in his hand. Of course, it might have many different names in this Lord's world. Your region might call it Heaven's Way. Other places might call it Dead Sea Book. As for us, we're more used to calling it Araya's Book. Heaven's Way? Su Zijuan sneered. Even though her current situation wasn't good, you said you're holding Heaven's Way in your hands? I'm afraid you're not Shergilla. Count Decria didn't mind and said indifferently, Of course, it naturally won't be the true Heaven's Way. But here, it's no different from the Heaven's Way. It might even be the Heaven's Way of your world. You just need to know that the book of Araya's book is in my hands. I can rewrite the history of this Lord's world as I wish. Long Shirua suddenly froze, as if she thought of something, and her expression changed. As for Su Zijuan, she said in shock, Rewrite history? Does rewriting history require such a large action? Throughout history, Su Zijuan had seen too much of rewriting history. Every time a dynasty changed, there would be such a thing. Or it could be said that history was always written by the victors. Count Decria looked at Su Zijuan pitifully and said with a smile, The rewriting history I'm talking about is fundamentally different from the distortions and concealment that you know. The history here, you can understand that no matter if it's fabricated or distorted, it will become reality through the book of Araya's book. I can instantly become the one and only God of this world for countless years. Everyone will fervently believe in me and willingly give up everything for me. Because from the moment they were born, their consciousness will be deeply influenced by the world's view of the world. Everyone, from the moment they were born, will know of my existence and will always accept my education of revering and believing in me. Everyone. Su Zijuan heard this and sneered in disdain. This world has 7 billion people? You'll understand soon enough. Count Decria shook his head. I'm not on the same level as you all. Even if some of you have grasped a higher level of power, however, a fault in civilization is a fault in civilization. Saying this, Count Decria no longer paid attention to the people on the metal bridge. His body slowly sank into the huge sphere. TSK, this pervert. Su Zijuan struggled a few times, but it was to no avail. What this guy said might be true. Long Shirua's voice was trembling. In my inherited memories, there seems to be such a thing. Su Zijuan suddenly looked over and opened her eyes wide in astonishment. She then asked in confusion, Who are you? Long Shirua. In the huge sphere, Count Decria still had a happy smile on his face. How could he not be happy? The plan he had planned for so many years was about to succeed. He placed the Book of Araya on one of the cylinders in the sphere and muttered, Although the Book of Araya isn't complete since it was obtained, it shouldn't be a problem to change the history of modern times. After saying that, Count Decria placed his palm on another cylinder and said in a low voice, Host, log in again. Change the highest authority to the current me. At this moment, the 2 metal cylinders crazily rotated. Along with the flickering of colorful lights in the sphere, Count Decria's smile became even wider. Soon, after changing the history, this world will summon the origin for me. The entire world will become my sacrifice. Count Decria closed his eyes and felt the power he yearned for even in his dreams. It was as if it was right beside him and he couldn't help but chuckle. However, Count Decria's smile came to an abrupt halt as a painful expression appeared on his face. Its body began to turn into mist, as if it would scatter at any moment. The black mist was changing back and forth between solid and gaseous state. Count Decria let out a miserable cry and fell down. What's going on? Count Decria looked at his body in horror. Looking at the white, bony palm that entered his body, he trembled. Damn it. It's actually the Origin's backlash. Damn it. As expected, this body's foreign origin can only support 1 palm. Taiyinzi, you trash. How can I completely devour Cicero with such a small amount of foreign origin? Accept all of his origin power. Damn it. Count Decrius supported himself on the cylinder and crawled up with difficulty. No! I need more foreign origin. More foreign origin. Otherwise, it won't be enough to activate the Book of Araya. Within the sphere, a large number of blue screens were crazily floating. Finally, Count Decria's eyes flashed with joy. Found it. Foreign origins rate is 79. 64%. Very good. Count Decria quickly blocked the rest of the screens and looked at the only screen that flew in front of him. It was a youth wearing a scarf and holding a long sword, breaking through metal walls. This is the Black Soul envoy that should have completed the contract. Damn it. It actually happened. Count Decria clenched his teeth. But it doesn't matter. Count Decria let out a sinister laugh as he endured the pain from the recoil. His body had become extremely fragile between collapsing and stabilizing, and he viciously slammed his palm against the cylinder. Changing attack target, highest priority selection, at the same time far away in the myriad essence pool, the printing progress of the special combat type Valkyrie class Gaia had reached 99.9% and instantly jumped to 100%. In the colorful myriad essence pool, the myriad essence pool boiled crazily. In an instant, it seemed to have completely evaporated, and the water level of the myriad essence pool dropped rapidly. The bottom of the pool could be seen. In the center, the 7-meter tall giant Valkyrie, class Gaia, slowly opened its eyes. Accept. Order. It stepped out of the myriad essence pool, broke through the printing table, and stepped on the battle-type Gaia that was first awakened, directly trampling it to death. La. The special combat type, the Valkyrie, opened its mouth and let out a high-pitched and extremely penetrating voice, just like a recital. La. The Valkyrie class Gaia flew up and broke through the huge space of the myriad essence pool. Not only was his black soul body seized and he became a useless dog, but there were also 2 great demons following him. What should he do to save himself? Hurry, wait online. Of course, it was impossible. However, the young Taoist named Jiangzhou hugged him all the way, which made Tai Inzi feel a sense of comfort in his misfortune. But Tai Inzi still refused to obey. He pretended to be dumb and didn't say a word. He silently watched the actions of the 2 great demons, Gong Fanqing and Gong Sanhua. Master once came to the Penglai treasure house, left the green lotus sword song, and disappeared. But Gong Fanqing and Gong Sanhua mysteriously appeared. What happened back then? Tai Inzi was really puzzled. Suddenly, he felt his nose itch, as if someone was cursing him behind his back. It's here. One of the places is blocked and can't be seen. Gong Fanqing stopped. This metal corridor was different from the ones he had seen before, and the huge metal door in front of him was even more different. It was surrounded by complicated patterns, and in the center of the door there was a huge and complicated pattern. It seemed to be some kind of coat of arms. It was majestic and solemn. Everyone who saw it couldn't help but be absent-minded. Among so many places, only this door has such a coat of arms. It seems that there must be something extraordinary behind this door. Gong Sanhua was the first to recover from this absent-minded state. At this time, he couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. Without thinking, he raised his hand and pushed the huge door. It's still a bit heavy, but Gong Sanhua soon frowned. He couldn't move the metal door with his push. At this time, Gong Sanhua took a deep breath, and his chest suddenly swelled. Then he directly punched the metal door. A stream of light flashed on the metal door, as if it had completely absorbed Gong Sanhua's attack. The metal door still didn't move. Gong Sanhua didn't believe it. At this time, he took 2 steps back and closed his eyes. After a full 10 seconds, Gong Sanhua punched again. The power of this punch was extremely terrifying. Just the wind from the punch alone was enough to set off a strong wind in the tunnel. Jiangzhou almost couldn't stand still because of this. He couldn't help but feel shocked. But what was more shocking was that such a terrifying punch couldn't do any damage to the metal door. Gong's son Wu frowned at this time. He glanced at Gong Fanqing and shook his head, saying, 80% power. This door is so sturdy. There must be a treasure behind it. At this time, Gong Fanqing stretched out her hand to touch the door. It seems to be here. Wua, let's try again with our full strength. Okay. Gong's son Wua nodded without any hesitation. But at this time, Gong's son Wua and Gong Fanqing's faces suddenly changed. At this moment, the two of them suddenly jumped away. At the place where the two of them were originally standing, the thick metal floor suddenly had several straight cracks. A whole piece of the metal floor sank down instantly. After that, a figure rushed out from the crack in the floor. Gong's son Wua and Gong Fanqing at this time moved as fast as lightning. One of them waved his fist, the other turned his palm, and slapped heavily toward the figure that rushed out from the crack in the floor. Bang! At this time, Gong's son Wua's fist and Gong Fanqing's palm fell on the figure almost at the same time. To be exact, Gong's son Wua's fist hit the figure's chest, while Gong Fanqing's palm directly imprinted on the figure's back. Jiang Zhuo opened his eyes wide. He saw that the figure that rushed out was actually a young man who looked much younger than him, wearing an ordinary gray scarf. At this time, the young man's face was slightly red after being hit by Gong's son Wu's fist and Gong Fanqing's palm at the same time. F***CK. It hurts. The young man then took a deep breath and his body shook. In an instant, Gong's son Wua and Gong Fanqing were shocked by the young man and directly stepped back. Then they looked at the mysterious young man with astonishment, although the punch and palm were not full strength and were just testing. There was actually someone who could shake them back after being hit by them from the front and back. How profound his power was. In their impression, only Tai Bai Jinxing could do that. Who are you? Gong's son Wu's voice was low at this time, and his eyes and chi were completely locked on the young man. But when he started to lock on the other side, as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss, his eyebrows slightly twitched subconsciously. At this time, the young man touched his chest and slowly exhaled. He looked to the left and back, and then looked at the young man who was holding a metal dog in front of him. Are you Jiang Zhuo? Me. At this time, Jiang Zhuo was suddenly shocked and swallowed his saliva. He really didn't know what was the relationship between him and this big bull who had taken the two big demons head-on. At this moment, he instinctively called him Senior. Senior, do you know me? Anyway, in this place, it should be right to call him Senior. I don't know you, but Elder Bai Jie knows you. The young man, Taisetsu directly said at this time, Look, they're coming up. Saying this, Taisetsu suddenly moved aside, and two figures rushed out from the gap. They were by Jet Daoist and Huang Baifu. If Immortal Huanyang's group was the surviving team, then Taisetsu's group was obviously the rescue team. There was no doubt that it was by Jet Daoist. When Jiang Zhuo saw this Kelowna Taoist world's leader, he was extremely excited. Bai Jie Daoist was the only senior he knew and the only one he could rely on during this period of time. President, Jiang Zhuo, I finally see you. Jiang Zhuo's voice was even a little choked. At this time, Bai Jie Daoist looked at Jiang Zhuo's unharmed appearance and couldn't help but feel gratified. What a lucky kid! It's okay. I'll send you out of here right away. Great. Jiang Zhuo was so excited that he hurriedly threw the metal dog in his arms to the ground. This place was really too dangerous. Jiang Zhuo didn't know how he, a newbie in the Taoist world, had survived until now. At this time, the metal dog that was thrown to the ground. Tei Yinzi directly pretended to be dead, lying on the ground, and didn't get up. Tei Yinzi's heart was breaking down at this moment. He felt a very familiar feeling from this young man with a scarf. Yes, it was the aura of his own organization, his own doc, the aura of the club. This made him so excited that he almost wanted to recognize him on the spot. He had heard from the black-hearted maid that there was a newbie in the club after him. Looking at his appearance, there was no doubt that it was this newbie. In other words, Master was here. Great. However, Tae-Inzi, who originally wanted to recognize him immediately, felt that fate was playing a joke on him in the next second. Damn it, the person who crawled out next was Wang Hu. He will kill me. He will really kill me. If I take a punch from Wang Hu now, it won't be just a disfigurement, but a real death. I can't expose my identity. I can't even make a sound. Chapter 1089. I've made up my mind. I'll wait until Wang Hu is gone. Then I'll meet this newcomer. Tae-Inzi, who had made up his mind, prostrated himself on the ground even more thoroughly, even suppressing the urge to scratch his feet. Jiangzhua, who are these two? 100 Tribulations Taoist also saw Gong Sanwua and Gong Fanqing. However, in his impression, this man and woman were not on the list of Taoist and Demon Association members. However, when 100 Tribulations Taoist observed Gong Sanwua and Gong Fanqing, he couldn't help but be startled by the aura they emitted. This man and woman were both in the Tao querying realm, just like him. Not only that, this man and woman's Tao querying realm level was much higher than his. How could 100 Tribulations Taoist not be shocked? Wang Hu. Huang Baifu also noticed the abnormality of Gong Sanwua and Gong Fanqing, so he couldn't help but frown. It wasn't that he was worried that these two mysterious guys would do something bad. Taisetsu, who was standing next to them, wasn't someone to be trifled with. Huang Baifu thought that even if he was in his peak condition, the third stage of the divine beast transformation, he wouldn't be able to withstand Taisetsu's terrifying sword strike. What Huang Baifu cared about was that this man and woman weren't on the list, and with 100 Tribulations character, he would definitely help them. President, these two are. Jiang Zhu could only brace himself and introduce them. This is Senior Gong Sanwua, and this is Senior Gong Fanqing. They were juniors who had accidentally encountered them here. These two seniors seem to have been trapped in this place for some reason. Gong Sanwua, Gong Fanqing? 100 Tribulations Taoist frowned slightly at this moment. He seemed to have heard these two names somewhere, but it was a little vague, so he couldn't remember it completely at this moment. Your 100 Tribulations? But Gong Fanqing suddenly looked at 100 Tribulations Taoist and frowned. The one who sweeps the floor on Kunlun Mountain? I really didn't expect that the little guy who swept the floor back then would catch up to me. Things have really changed. The 100 Tribulations Taoist paused for a second, then frowned, but still nodded and said, I used to be a doorman. It's not a secret. May I know who you are? Little Taoist, have you forgotten who I am? Gong Fanqing laughed. Her smile was like hundreds of blooming flowers, dazzling people's eyes and making them unable to control themselves. 100 Tribulation Taoist quickly took a deep breath and suppressed the strange emotions in his heart. But Jiang Zhu obviously couldn't do it. He was completely infatuated. Even if someone stabbed him in front of him, he wouldn't wake up. This woman is very coquettish. Taisetsu, who was at the side, suddenly muttered. A trace of imperceptible coldness flashed in Gong Fanqing's eyes, but the smile on her face became bigger and bigger. She even smiled at Taisetsu. Gong Fanqing, Gong Fanqing. But 100 Tribulation Taoist's face suddenly changed. He couldn't believe it. You are the master of the Elysium Heavenly Palace, Gong Fanqing. Thinking of Gong Fanqing, 100 Tribulation Taoist also remembered who the man beside Gong Fanqing was. Gong Sanwua, you're the leader of the Golden Sword Warriors who betrayed Xianyuan Palace. You were praised as a genius and then fell into the devil's way back then? Gong Sanwua was stunned. Then he reacted. Oh, right, it seems that 500 years have passed. How is it? Are people of Xianyuan Palace still so arrogant outside? Is that little princess married yet? Is Chichi Kamaya still in charge of the Kuin tribe? 100 Tribulation Taoist took a deep breath. You too? Although I don't know why you're trapped here, I think you know how dangerous this place is. The danger here is very likely to endanger the safety of Kelowna. So, I beg you again to let go of the old grudges. We should be in the same boat and help the divine land get through this calamity. Although these two people had caused a lot of bloodshed in the past, and Shenyuan Palace had even announced to the world that they were wanted to kill, these two people were indeed peerless experts. They had no choice but to leave this place. However, 100 Tribulation Taoist had been worried about how to deal with such a horrible power in the future. He had thought of asking Boss Luo to solve this problem. He had even asked Boss Luo about it at the very beginning. But it was a pity that 100 Tribulation Taoist couldn't afford it. He could only choose the second best option, which was to save the inheritance of Taoists and monsters in Kelowna. He had to evacuate the survivors and leave some firewood behind. However, meeting Gong Sunhua and Gong Fanqing, these two peerless experts, gave 100 Tribulation Taoist more hope. If a powerful force could be added to the Taoist and monster realms in Kelowna, it couldn't be better. Disaster. Gong Fanqing chuckled. In my opinion, it's an opportunity. Only a stubborn person who only knows how to meditate and recite scriptures would want to escape. Little guy, when you taught Kunlun Immortal how to celebrate his birthday, you led the way for me, served me tea, and served me well. Because of this, I won't make things difficult for you today. You can take this junior with you. Anyway, he'll just be a burden to us. You can't do that. 100 Tribulation Taoist hurriedly said. Almost all the elites of Kelowna and monster realms were killed. This place is too dangerous. Why are you talking so much nonsense? If I don't go, do you think you can drag me away? Gong Sunhua sneered. Although he said so, both he and Gong Fanqing were on guard against the mysterious young man with a sword all the time, although the one-armed monster beside him was also not to be underestimated. Among the three of them, this young man with a sword gave them the most dangerous feeling. 100 Tribulation Taoist couldn't help but look at Taisetsu, feeling embarrassed. Taisetsu shrugged and said, "Old man, don't look at me. These two guys aren't on the list, so I don't dare to make the decision. Why don't you talk to my boss?" "Okay." 100 Tribulation Taoist nodded. "Let's send Jiang Zhu out first." Taisetsu nodded indifferently, but just as he was about to open the passage, the Zhanlu's sword suddenly made a sword sound. Gong Sunhua and Gong Fanqing seemed to have sensed something, and they both frowned. 100 Tribulation Taoist and Huang Baifu were the next ones to notice. Although there was a difference in time, it was only a short second. In front of them, the metal floor suddenly swelled, and the swollen area instantly turned bright red and melted. A blazing aura rushed out, and it turned out to be a huge light pillar with a diameter of nearly 1 meter. It pierced through an unknown number of mezzanines from below, as if it was targeting everyone here. Fortunately, they sensed it in time, so everyone avoided this terrifying sneak attack. Taisetsu's pupils constricted at this moment. La! A penetrating sound was heard, and a mysterious sense of horror lingered in everyone's heart. The ground broke open, and a huge figure slowly floated up. It was different from all the other battle-type Gaias they had encountered. This one was so huge. Its expression was no longer as lively as the other battle-type Gaias, but rather lifeless. The moment it appeared, it was as if the air pressure in the room had increased by several MPa. The heaviness of every inch of its body made everyone struggle to hold on. Gong Sunhua and Gong Fanqing's expressions changed drastically. Gong Sunhua was even more surprised. Didn't Tai by jinxing give this thing to us? How come there is still one? La! The sound continued, and the immense pressure caused everyone's legs to bend. However, despite the heavy gravity, the metal floor did not sink down in the slightest. This was only the gravity that acted on everyone's body, but it did not affect the floor. This terrifying control made Gong Sunhua and Gong Fanqing tremble in fear. Seeing the shocked expressions of Gong Sunhua and Gong Fanqing, Jiang Zhu, who had been lying on the ground and felt like his body was about to be crushed, knew that the FIAG that the two devils had set up before had come true. "Old man, hurry up and send your people away. I'll deal with this big guy." Under the terrifying gravity, Taisetsu slashed open a space crack. The exit leading to the outside was right in front of Jiang Zuo. After that, Taisetsu raised his sword and slashed at the Gaia. The huge sword light instantly cut through everything. But this Gaia was not like the previous battle-type Gaia, which was frozen when facing Taisetsu. It counterattacked. A huge, sharp blade shot out from its arm and easily blocked the slash of the Zhanlu sword. Taisetsu opened his mouth in surprise and then laughed. "Ha! Finally, there's someone who is not a target. Let's see how hard you are." In an instant, the Gaia's body suddenly released a huge force and pushed Taisetsu forward, breaking through the metal walls of the tunnel. The cracks on the metal wall extended all the way to the other side. The people who were suppressed by the gravity had no idea what the battle was like for the time being. The 100 Tribulations Taoist moved with difficulty and slowly approached Jiang Zuo, trying to drag Jiang Zuo into the exit. Unexpectedly, more than 10 battle-type Gaias flew out from the cracks on the metal floor. They quickly locked onto the 100 Tribulations Taoist, Gong Sanhua, and the others. These battle-type Gaias already knew that the space crack was the exit, so they surrounded the crack one by one. A battle-type Gaia aimed its gun at Jiang Zuo. He wanted to be in the hands of this battle-type Gaia. At this moment, a sword light flew from afar and split the Gaia into two. The direction of the sword light was the tunnel that Taisetsu and the Gaia had fought their way through. "Wait for me. This guy is a bit difficult to deal with." Then Taisetsu's slightly hurried voice came. Huang Baifu shivered, and his muscles bulged crazily. He suddenly jumped out, grabbed Jiang Zuo, and rolled away. But before he could roll far, Huang Baifu felt the pressure on his body suddenly disappear. The terrifying gravity seemed to be in a very small area. Gong Sanhua and Gong Fanqing saw Huang Baifu's movements suddenly become nimble, and they guessed the gravity's range. At this moment, they gathered their power and retreated, finally retreating out of the gravity's range. So did the 100 Tribulations Taoist. However, the exit was blocked by more than a dozen Gaias. Moreover, as long as they got close, they would be restricted by the terrifying gravity. They could only get rid of these battle-type Gaias before leaving, or wait for Taisetsu to get rid of the Gaia, and then come back to get rid of these battle-type Gaias. President 100 Tribulations, wait for an opportunity to send Jiang Zuo out. Huang Baifu clenched his remaining fist, and the monster power on his body surged crazily. The Tiger King tattoo, which symbolized the divine beast transformation, began to spread on Huang Baifu's body. Along the way, Huang Baifu did not fight much. All the battle-type Gaias could not withstand Taisetsu's sword, so Huang Baifu's physical strength recovered well, even though he had lost an arm. Divine beast transformation? The moment the Tiger King tattoo appeared, Gong Sanhua and Gong Fanqing were a little surprised, and Gong Fanqing secretly winked at Gong Sanhua, hinting him to look at the solid metal door. At this moment, there was a slanted gap on the solid metal door. Through the gap, they could vaguely see the scene inside the metal door. It was the sword light. It was the place where Taisetsu's sword light had accidentally slashed when he first slashed at the Valkyrie Gaia. The sword light was so sharp. Gong Sanhua and Gong Fanqing were startled at the same time, and then they corrected the terrifying power of this mysterious young man in their hearts. However, at this time, they were also quietly moving closer to the metal door. Regardless of what Gong Sanhua and Gong Fanqing were doing, the monster power on Huang Baifu's body seemed to have materialized. He let out a huge roar, like a fierce tiger, and activated the second stage of divine beast transformation. Along the way, Huang Baifu understood something. There were several different kinds of Gaias in this damned place. The Gaia that he met at the beginning, which was controlled by an old ghost, was extremely powerful. The huge Gaia that just appeared was equally terrifying, and the ones in front of him seemed to be mass-produced. Although their strength was also terrifying, they were much weaker than the previous two. The second stage of divine beast transformation should be enough to deal with them. Actually, Huang Baifu was very depressed. He couldn't defeat any of the Gaias he met here. For Huang Baifu, who had a strong self-esteem, this was simply unbearable. After this battle, he decided to leave as well. He already had the idea of leaving. If not for the fact that he had to support 100 Tribulations Taoist, he might not have followed them all the way. Let this battle be the end of it. After returning, he would go to the White Tiger tribe's forbidden land of inheritance again. Huang Baifu didn't want to come out again until he had a breakthrough and obtained the super strength that could suppress the whole world. Once he had made up his mind, Huang Baifu immediately rushed out. However, as soon as he punched out with the tyrant's fist, a terrible pain came from his stomach. He felt like his intestines were being pulled and knotted by someone's hands, and it was so painful that Huang Baifu's punch lost its momentum. The combat-type Gaias didn't intend to go easy. They found the flaw that Huang Baifu exposed, and two Gaias rushed out. After a loud sound, Huang Baifu's entire body was smashed into the wall of the tunnel. The pain in his stomach made Huang Baifu's face contort. At the same time, he was hit by the two combat-type Gaias, which greatly hurt his self-esteem. Roar! Under the double blow of the pain in his stomach and the hurt in his self-esteem, Huang Baifu was furious. He was really furious. How can I, Huang Baifu, submit to this little bit of pain? With a loud roar, Huang Baifu released a shocking aura, as if the ancient white tiger had personally arrived. He raised his only arm and punched out the most perfect tyrant fist so far. It was like the arrival of an overlord. At this moment, Huang Baifu had surpassed his own limits. Die! Earth-shattering sky, shocking fist. With Huang Baifu's furious roar, his body shot out like a rocket. Even Gong Sanhua and Gong Fanqing were shocked by Huang Baifu's punch. Under the influence of the domineering aura, Huang Baifu seemed to have forgotten the hurt in his self-esteem and the few defeats he had suffered along the way. He continued to press forward. He even forgot about the matter of his stomach churning. This tyrannical and peerless punch instantly destroyed all the Gaias in front of him. However, a strange sound rang out. It actually rang out at the same time. Puff! A pile of yellow and white matter gushed out of Huang Baifu's pants at the same time like a flood. A very pungent smell slowly drifted through the air. Without a doubt, this punch was filled with a strong smell.